be starting sometime soon. Oh, I forgot.
Hey, but Hunter.
Every time my I have to switch off my Bluetooth. Every time my time to reconnect my headphones. Excellent. All right. Now, just to check that my voice is working in Discord. Hello. All right. Perfect. Ah, Rainbow Dark. Nice to have you with us.
Good evening. Good evening.
You feeling better from last night?
Slightly better. I'm not sure what's caused it. I think I've caught some flu. Hopefully not COVID from someone off the pub earlier this.
Coof. Oh no, not the coof.
Well, fingers crossed. Anyway.
Okay. All right. So you know which part we're up to, right? We're now at the second class trial.
Yes, we just finished the investigation, didn't we?
That's right. I still feel like there's a lot of unanswered questions. We didn't even get a chance to chat with Satsuki, but I'm looking forward to seeing how this trial plays out, because so far I have a very dim idea of who the culprit could possibly be at this stage. I wonder if there's a surprise in store. Okay. I'm just gonna refresh myself with the details. There's 2 rooms. Hi, Pedro. Glad to have you with us as well. I think I remember you. I think you were with us in the last stream, weren't you? Broken dentures? What's this? Broken dentures? Somebody had broken teeth? Or broken false teeth and they left them here? That is such a bad translation. Who left their false teeth at the crime scene?
I have to say the translation's got considerably rougher for the second part.
It leaves much to be desired, doesn't it? They spelt Tomori wrong here. They spelt Tom Dry, or with an I. That's what it looks like.
Oh god.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back, Peter. I'm trying to think. Did I have a Peter in my live stream? I have such a bad memory for names sometimes. Let's see. Then there's a burned fuse. There's traces of it being wet. So does that mean water could have caused the blackout or possibly the fire? Because it started as an electric fire, maybe? A piece of bloody cloth. A large piece of a man-sized cloth is placed in the corner of the switching. It's been checked and there are burnt marks in several parts of it. It's bloody as well. So it should have been burnt first and then, oh no. guessing this is the cause of the fire, then. The fact that the blood goes towards the entrance means the killer ran away urgently injured. There is blood up to this part only. The person has disappeared clearly outside of this room. From the entrance is switching toward the exit, so there's no blood outside the switch here. If they came out this way, why is the window broken? An excellent question. Oh yeah, and then of course there's the wire trap. The tripwire.
Feels almost as if that the culprit has tried to unsuccessfully burn the evidence of the crime by setting the switch room on fire, but
By burning the entire room. That's such
I
a...
mean, no one said these guys were meant to be the most logical killers, but yeah, very odd.
And why would they leave? Oh yeah, there were 3 flashlights. If there were 3 flashlights, does that mean that there were 3 people?
So do we remember all the people who don't have an alibi for when the killing took place?
Yeah, that's something that my memory's still quite hazy. So Tyra apparently, she wasn't in the student dormitory during the nighttime broadcast at the time of the incident. Just before nighttime, she was cooking in the kitchen and she smeared some oil on her clothes. Surprisingly, you made a sloppy accident, Tyra. Well,
This is
yeah,
when she
because
was wearing the
wasn't
tempura.
Yeah, she was wearing the tempura, which is a perfectly ordinary thing to do. Okay, now your guy's testimony. At around 9 o'clock, Hatano shouted that the switch room was on fire. He grabbed a fire extinguisher and extinguished the fire. Wait, but wasn't the victim killed at 9:30, or was? Oh, I need to double check.
I think that's what the Monokuma file said, yeah. Time of death approximately 9:30.
But the switchium was on fire at 9 o'clock, which was half an hour before that. I thought the fire took place after the killing. But if this is true... Oh! And then there's the window fragments. The lighter, the flute, the fuse, and the flashlight all disappeared after nighttime. I thought they disappeared at nighttime, or before nighttime, which proves... I thought we established that the killer got those items from the antique shop. There was Mikaru and Uehara. Okay, so Mikaru and Uehara don't have an alibi. Akane says she was in the kitchen. But if there's no one else who can verify her story, that means she doesn't have an alibi either. And then there's Kurokawa. Oh! Kurokawa went to the kitchen and saw that one of the knives was missing. Okay, so we know that the knife, which was used to kill Kizuna, was from the kitchen. She mentioned the knife used to kill... Alright. The knife was near the kitchen last night. It's most likely they arrived very recently and left. Okay, I'm just gonna check one more thing. When was the time of death? 9:30 p.m. Okay, alright. Something doesn't add up. Kinjo says that he noticed that the switchium was on fire at 9 o'clock. But Kizuna Tomori died around 9:30 p.m., which was half an hour after the switchium caught fire. If the switchium caught fire before Kizuna was killed, then why was Kizuna's body found in there? And why did they set fire to the switchium? And why did they apparently try to escape by breaking the window? There are some things you can never piece together in your mind. You really have to articulate through discussion. I'm just gonna quickly grab a beer. I'll be back real soon, and then I promise we'll start this for real. Don't worry. Oh my goodness! I just realized, Pedro, you're Pedro Gonzalez! Oh my goodness, how could I forget? Oh, I feel like such a moron. Why did you say your name was Peter? I don't remember there being a Peter, but I do remember a Pedro. Okay, well, anyway, now that's been cleared up. Alright, I've got my drink, so let's get cracking. Oh, what have I done? Start the trial.
First of all, let's start with a brief explanation of the class trial. The outcome of the class trial is decided by your votes. If you point out the blackened, only they will only they will get punished. But if you point out the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that tricked everyone else will graduate from this academy.
Also, this translation is brought to you by Zephy, so you better damn well appreciate it or I'll punish you, fools. Yeah, you're doing a great job, Zephy. Yeah, wearing a tempura. Check the Patreon site for any new updates. Maybe later. Finally, the second class trial has begun. There's no such thing as being used to this atrocious game. I'm actually more anxious than last time. But if I'm afraid here, it can't be helped. As we did last time, let's think carefully with everyone.
Now then, first...
Wait a minute.
There's something I want to ask first. Oh my! What's the holdup? What are you going to ask?
Last time it was my... Oh, I need to switch off my phone and put it on silent.
Last time it was my first time, so I didn't question it. But now that I think about it, I believe I have to ask this now. The body discovery announcement. What exactly are the conditions for the broadcast to show up?
Oh goodness! Oh, I didn't see that. Pedro, you left a couple messages. To be honest, you kept saying my full name of Peter Gonzalez. It was something about hearing a guy in a British New England accent saying my full last name made me compelled to replace the old one. Being obvious you choose that. Oh, I never really thought about that. Oh yeah, Pedro is the Spanish equivalent to Peter, isn't it? Well, I didn't intend to make you feel awkward by pronouncing your name, but I've always understood Pedro was a distinct name from Peter. But, anyway, for the sake of clarity, I'm just going to refer to you as Pedro, because that's the name that stuck with me. I still don't remember there being a Peter. Mikaru, why are you suddenly asking this kind of stuff? If you find a dead body, then it shows the body discovery announcement.
You just shut up. I see. After all, it is Mikaru, the one who paid attention to that, huh? Even so, it is basically as Kobashikawa-kun says. When you find a body, I broadcast it. Only when 3 people, at least 3 people have found a body, then the announcement will show up for everyone.
Oh, so if that's the case, then that could explain why the Switchium caught fire at... No, that still doesn't explain why Kizuna's time of death was at 9:30 and the Switchium was on fire half an hour before that. Anyway, let's just carry on.
Was it always like that? Is that a rule made on the spot, or was it applied from last time?
Of course it was applied from the beginning. In Maki's case, Taira found it first, then Maida, and finally Hatano. Since the order was complete, it satisfies the condition of 3 people. The announce came out because that rule was successfully completed. Right, it's true. The announcement rang the moment Hatano discovered it last. Discovered. This is the new coffee. Sorry, I'm just such a stickler for bad grammar. Discovered. The body discovery announcement.
This thing, to say an important detail at a time like this.
Was that? Did I not tell you about this? It's not too late. Oh, crap! Well, you know when people live, they forget. It's like that, right? Oh, I'm not human, but a bear, so it's okay.
Hey, Amaru buddy! Welcome to the stream again. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to see those things that you sent in my DMs, but I'm loving your new profile picture. It's very eerie, very creepy.
Okay, when more than 3 people find the body, well, that found criteria is not dwell on
time, is it? What does that mean?
For example, a week passes after the initial discovery, then the second one appears. And even if the 3rd discoverer appears another week later, the broadcast will also ring. Yeah, time doesn't matter at all. When the first 3 people who have seen a corpse in any way, the announcement will sound the moment the 3rd person discovers the body.
Is she trying to hint at something? Like, for instance, Kizuna actually died the day before, and her body wasn't discovered until the very next day. If that's true, that could explain why the Switchium was on fire at 9 o'clock, but Kizuna's time of death was actually 9:30 because it was actually the previous day. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. It's just a shot in the dark there.
Hikaru, I know it's fine to check the rules, but is the condition of the body discovery announcement important enough to ask? Wouldn't our main purpose now be to find the culprit? Keep quiet. It's not over. I'm not over yet. I'm not finished yet. Now then, Monokuma, this is the most important question. That would be a witness to the crime. Includes the culprit?
Oh yeah.
Oh! Huh?
Oh yeah, that's true. So, does the culprit count as one of those people who discovers the body?
I've asked a question. You won't answer? You ask, do the witnesses include the culprit? Well, that's a bit pretty, very, super, great, whole, delicate matter. I see. Even with a sharp sense, it becomes a problem. Okay, I'll tell you in this particular scenario. Depending on the characteristics of the case, whether or not the culprit is included in the discovery will be decided at the end of the trial. What? But it's different this time.
Then no one knows. Yeah. Did you want to voice him?
Yeah.
He's
I'll carry
also
on.
British. He's British.
Then, no one knows. It's up to our own judgment. That would also induce everyone to be against each other.
I already told you this! When it comes to trials, I'm fairer than a Buddha, God, and Jesus combined! You said Jesus twice in a different meaning! Let's recap. In the last case, you said that the announcement rang because Akane Taira, Yuki Maeda, and Ayame Hatano discovered the body. That didn't include Mitch. Then in the last case, Mitsuhiro Higa, the culprit, must have been excluded from the equation of 3 people discovering the body. Nah, I excluded Higa-kun. In fact, it didn't matter much if I included him, since the first 3 people to discover it were together that time. Then, what about this case? The culprit who killed Tomori Kizuna. Did you include that person as a discoverer? He just said it would be decided by the end of the case. I think that is going to be the focal point of this mystery. Huh? Yeah, that's right. Specification aside. Why the sudden dialect? Did you inhale a Tory?
What? My dialect's not that awkward. I mean, I have the mainland pronunciation.
You don't seem to be enough from the mainland to mix different parts of the country.
No comment! No comment on that! Well, if you ask for my opinion on a particular case, I would be the one in trial instead. If a judge enters the discussion, it's unfair, right? That would be a violation. You're also evading the answer.
Well, he's given his answer anyway.
Fine. Just looking at your reaction makes me think I touched a sensible subject. Nope. I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell is Mikaru talking about? Somebody let me know! Well, that does it for the mischief at this point. And let's go with the trial soon! Did you know that 12 o'clock has passed already? Originally, I was gonna start right away, but Miss Mikaru sounded weird, and it's late now! Anyways, let's go! First, start with the arrangement of the case. Please begin the discussion! Why did Mikaru ask such a question? I have no clue what she's thinking. I'm curious, but now I have to focus on the trial without thinking about anything else. Time to arrange the scene. Let's gather everyone.
I hate to follow Monokuma's words, but we need to begin with the case. That is the topic at hand, because the people in the dormitory side at the time of the situation wouldn't know the details of this incident.
Oh, right. What happened to them? After listening to the body discovery announcement, I was in a hurry to find you guys, and then Tomori, she was dead in the power room, all over with burnt marks in the room.
Okay. For those who know, reorganize the scene with the rest, and those who do not know, the order of events, from now on, take some time to confirm your positions with everyone.
Kinjo-kun, don't you have something to tell us before that?
What?
You said you wouldn't make anyone a victim if we followed you. For that purpose, we agreed and you got rid of a group of 3 people. And everything ended up like this. So why are you proud of it? Good job then.
Wait, why are you... Why are you upset? We included Kizuna in our group at the very end. We did exactly as you recommended.
Okay. I would have to make amends to risk my own life and apologize for that, because I didn't keep my promises. But if you can't surpass this moment, everyone will die. It's a pity for what happened with Tomori, but I also have a duty to keep you all from being executed in this class trial. If you don't like it, I'll be out of this trial. Yeah, I'm an incompetent cop who can't make promises anyway.
That's enough! Everyone is on edge! Think about other things later, and focus on the trial for now! Yes, Akane. You know your heart, but let's finish things first. Yeah, and Kinjo-kun, I didn't mean to. Sorry.
It's fine. Then, let's begin sorting out the case step by step.
Well, you know I won't say it anymore, but I don't help you. Understand? I don't need you, because we've got Kinjo with us! Me? Oh no, Mikaru, you can stay!
Don't let me do everything. We have to do it together. I said to myself, even for a dead guy, you must understand the truth of the case yourself.
Ooh, alright.
Then let's begin. I didn't manage to get to the power room at the beginning of the whole incident to see it directly. Let's discuss what we heard and saw. The first part. Around 9 p.m., Hatano discovered a fire in the power room, was it? Okay, so I think this is where the timeline begins.
Yeah, I was walking down the corridor on the second floor before nighttime, but when I entered the power room, there was black smoke coming out, because it seemed to smell like something was burning.
You mean, that's what happened? I was at the antique shop, but I had no idea. I heard Hatano's cry and rushed to the second floor. Uehara and Mikaru were together as we bumped into each other on the way.
So, him, Hatano, Uehara, and Mikaru are all together by now. There's 4 people. We went first to the power room, the epicenter of the fire. It was hot and smoky. The fire was about to spread from the switchium to outside. Was Kizuna's body inside the switchium by that point?
Yes, it's exactly what Kinjo told me. I already know this part from Kinjo.
What did Uehara do soon after? What Uehara did soon after was used a fire extinguisher to put out the fire, drew water to put out the fire. Ah, one of the wires was wet. So I think this is the most likely explanation. Oh,
No, it's not like this. Think about it again. Let's see. There's equipment to put out the fire all over the school. It must have been in the second floor hallway, of course.
okay, so... Alright, so it wasn't water. It must have been the fire extinguisher. I've never seen anyone use sand to put out a fire.
So you brought a fire extinguisher in the hallway on the second floor to extinguish the fire, right? Yeah, that's correct. By the way, how does Maida know that? The ones in that area were Kinjo, Uehara, Mikaru, and me. Oh, I asked Kinjo about it while investigating.
Right, I told him. Maeda knows the unfolding process of the case.
Is that so? Now let's continue. The 4 of us were putting out the fire.
I heard something breaking inside the switchium.
At that moment, Kinjo looked at Uehara and asked to see if someone was going out of the power room door, and the other 3 including me, went to the switchium inside. And there... Tomori was dead!
Okay, so this was when you first discovered Tomori's body.
Yeah. At that point, the body discovery announcement came out. Taira and Kurakawa arrived to the power room soon after.
Taira and Kurakawa. Okay, so it seems like the first four to discover the body were Tsurugi Kinjo, Uehara, Mikaru, and Ayame Hatano.
Okay! From here on, our dorm team is joined! So let me speak! When we arrived, the fire had already been extinguished!
After that, like last time, Monokuma handed out the file and put us on time to investigate! Right. From here on out are the things that I have seen with my own eyes. Right after I examined the switchium and returned, that happened.
That being fire in the switchium. Hatano's injury.
Shortly thereafter, Hatano had an accident in which her leg was injured by a wire trap. That's what happened?
Yamaguchi said it before in front of the elevator. Didn't you hear it, dummy? You two need to get a room, seriously.
Ayame-chan, is it really okay? It seems to be a little fuzzy. Oh, no problem. It hurts a little right now, but it's not a major injury, so we can treat it properly after this trial. Isn't that right, Inori? Ah, that! Yes. Well, you don't have to worry. Please continue with the trial. Ah, that leg wound. Is this an injury more serious than expected?
What are you talking about? Didn't she say it was okay?
Even pretense is useless. Don't you think I can read other people's minds? You, that incompetent, and the doctor. The atmosphere of you three, it makes things clear that something happened. Shall we guess? Let's see. How about the leg injury that's so serious you won't be able to use it again? What? What are you talking about? Ayame-chan said she was okay! That is a lie, right? Mikaru's just talking nonsense, yeah? Hey. Sorry. I thought you might be worried more, so I decided to keep this with Hatano. I lied. I'm sorry. Inori, no!
Is it a lie? What do you mean?
In reality, Hatano's injury, the moving muscle tissue, the most important posterior tendon was amputated. Without luck, it's a serious injury that you might really have to wear crutches forever. What?
Why was she lying to say that? Why was she lying to say that it's okay for that serious injury? This is the most important trial of all our lives. Every detail matters.
So sorry. Because of that, Hatano and I thought it was to avoid getting you guys confused, but I'm so sorry that Hatano tried to pretend to be okay, so sorry. Ayame-chan, it's a lie, right?
Tell us something!
Sorry, I was lying. What? Then it's really? Because the nurse's office is now locked and since there are no facilities for treatment to treat the wound, it's literally hemostasis. It's really hard to stand still.
Isn't that too much for her? I don't know. Shouldn't you get treated quickly, get healed, and come to the trial later?
you talking about? What's more important than the trial? That is... But... Hey, Ame-chan! She can't even run again!
No. I'm sorry, but I agree with Mikaru. Whether your leg is crippled, cut off, or unable to walk, if you don't win the trial, you'll die. And it's much more serious than what you mentioned in the trial.
Hey, Smartly Stupid, or aka Red Coffee Cat. Welcome.
I lied that I was okay with this. As a result, I caused even greater confusion. Sorry, everyone. Ayame-chan doesn't have to be sorry. Can't she be let go? At least to get a proper treatment? No, it's absolutely forbidden to leave the court during a trial. If you're worried about Miss Hatano's leg, you'll have to finish your trial first. You say that, but I'm also in agreement. I don't really care, but I want you to focus on finding the culprit. If the focus is on me, I'll die just standing. But Ayame-chan...
She says that, but let me comply with the will. And don't you think it would be wise to finish the trial earlier in time and get treatment? Uehara is right. Hatano, it may still be painful, but please hold on a little. Let's focus on the trial for now, everyone.
Okay. Thank you for your consideration, Akane.
Then, let's get back to the main topic again. Yeah. Where did we end again?
We were talking about Hatano's injury by the wire!
Yeah, shortly thereafter, Inori took Hatano to provide first aid. We went out of the power room, and we continued the investigation. That's the end of it, right?
Quiz, but I think it's a useless question. Sorry. Quiz, but I think it's a useless question. Sorry in advance. The health room was locked, but how did you do Hatano's treatment and where? Right. I needed something tough and thick to use as a bandage, but there were some things like rags in the warehouse. However, since it is really a substitute and only first aid, there's a possibility of additional sepsis and bacterial infection. She will need antibiotics just in case.
But in order to do that, we have to find out the killer and end this trial, right?
Yeah, but because someone died. Well, is there really another culprit among us? A killer who stabbed Tomori?
Now why are you doubting it for? That's for sure.
But if you point to the killer gets executed. It seems like you're sacrificing one person to save Hatano.
So, would you save the killer? To save a killer, 11 of us have to die?
I agree. Let me say this, okay? A guy who knows a person is cheap, even if they die. How long will you waste your time on such useless topics? I didn't mean it like that. I'm apologizing. Also, how come Mikaru and Kinjo team up? They seem to be getting better and better.
I understand Otori's feelings, but is it okay? I feel the same because it feels like, in the end, wet or not, we point out the killer in this trial, someone will be killed. I wish there were no victims, but that bear Monokuma thing won't let us go. Damn it. What purpose does he want us to achieve? What purpose does he want to achieve?
So the case was cleared up. Who's the killer? We have to figure that out from now on.
Honestly, this case has a lot of twists. If you think about it as an ordinary murder case, it's not going to fit in at all. First, let's solve the mystery of each event one by one. The priority should be the victim's body.
The body?
Tomori's corpse was an important clue to be able to tell the story of this incident. There isn't just one or two secrets related to our body.
Personally, I didn't notice there was anything special. The corpse. Based on my investigation, let's present the evidence gathered.
Now the non-stop debate will begin. What? I've already... Non-stop debate. Let's do this. Stomach wound. Kurakawa's testimony. Okay. What clues does Tomori's body have?
I don't remember well. The knife was on her neck? Also, the whole body was with blood all over. It was terrible! Satsuki was vomiting for a while.
She was dead! Is this relevant?
Other than that, can't you think of something more essential?
It was written in the Monokuma file about what Tomori died of. He gave me a clue that supports that evidence. Oh, goodness, that was wrong too? But I know what they're hinting at. They're puzzled as to why Tomori had two wounds, one on her stomach and one on her neck. Oh. Ah, okay, alright. The knife. We know where the knife came from. That's right.
Tyra, wait a second. The weapon that stabbed Tomori was not a simple knife.
But she never said that it was. She just said it was a knife.
It was a kitchen knife. Huh? Kitchen knife?
Right. It's even clearly stated in the Monokuma file. The definitive cause of death is a cut through the esophagus caused by a knife.
Right. Sorry, I can't remember well. But the kitchen knives are only in the kitchen. Is there any evidence the culprit bought it?
Yeah, we have Maki Kurakawa's testimony. There is! Because Kurakawa saw that a knife disappeared from the kitchen right after the incident. Come to think of it, you were in the kitchen last night, weren't you, Akane? You must have seen something. Right, Kurakawa? She says yes.
Yes.
Too slow a response!
So the killer brought the kitchen knife out of the kitchen?
I guess. It disappeared from the kitchen.
but that's a little weird. If the killer used a kitchen knife, there's a contradiction.
What are you talking about? Oh wait, I think I know, but why is Tyra talking like that? Obviously, at the time of the crime, Tyra could have known it was contradictory that the killer took the kitchen knife from there. Reason is... Oh. I think it's to do with Tyra's testimony. If one of the knives from the kitchen was missing, then she would have seen it, right? This is probably gonna be wrong, but let's go. Oh! Tyra, that contradiction is because you were in the kitchen at nighttime, right?
Yes, right. That's it, Mighty-kun. What? But what does that mean?
Mikaru, didn't you say you weren't gonna meddle?
I said I wouldn't help, but I didn't say I would not raise a question, asshole.
Yikes!
Tyra told me. She was cooking in the kitchen near the end of nighttime.
Cooking?
Yeah, I'm sure because I remember that I accidentally splashed oil on my clothes and wiped them in the bathroom. Ooh, that happened. Wait, if Tyra was still in the kitchen at that point, how did the culprit not take the knife from the kitchen without bumping into her?
Also, that's not all that's weird. Tyra said it was around nighttime, but Tomori's death was at 9:30, written in the Monokuma file!
Yeah, exactly.
Tyra, I'm asking just in case. You're the last person in that area. Did you put all the knives in place before you left the kitchen? Yes, I used it when I was cooking myself, so I remember it for sure.
Wait, what? When the knife was used in the crime? Tyra, if you checked all the knives in the kitchen, it doesn't make sense.
That's why it's called a contradiction.
Unless it was you who did it. Which I hope is not the case.
If you think about it, you think it's not a kitchen knife then? No. There are only kitchen knives in the kitchen. The second floor was open and I've been searching all places ever since.
But when everyone started investigating, didn't Kurokawa say she saw the kitchen knife disappear? The knife used as a weapon. Kitchen. That's correct. Which one is it? Kinjo, don't you know?
Sure, it's a contradiction. You don't even have to think about the ridiculous story of using another knife out of nowhere.
Maybe the culprit took the knife from the kitchen after Akane Taira left, although they'd have had a very narrow time frame to quickly run up there and kill Kizuna.
Kinjo, work hard! Now we're all finished! But there is only one way to solve this problem.
Really? How?
Very simple, in fact. Tyra, you're lying right now.
Oh, I wondered if this was gonna happen.
What? Huh? Now wait! Why is it this way? Isn't it obvious? The Monokuma file doesn't lie. then the time of death is sure to be 9:30. Also, the kitchen knife is only in the kitchen. Therefore, the order of events, the kitchen knife being taken from the kitchen, being used to kill Kizuna Tomori is established.
Hey, Izuko! Welcome back. Everything's good?
These two facts can be proven with certainty. But what does Taira Akane mean? What proves that a woman was cooking in the kitchen? Now, wait a minute! What are you trying to say?
Taira, I'm in doubt. Were you together with someone? Yes or no?
I was alone.
What, even he doesn't believe her?
I can't believe someone without witnesses. Anyone can use it as if it's just a talkative alibi.
Oh no! Wait a minute. Why is the room like this all of a sudden? I was really in the kitchen, guys.
But if Tyra's words are true, it would never make sense.
Taira, did you lie? Why did you lie? Don't tell me.
Taira is the culprit? Why am I the culprit? What reason is there for me to kill Kizuna-chan? Kizuna-chan, there's nothing!
I got it! She kept ignoring your persuasions and invitations! Did you bear a grudge?
You're supposed to be the ultimate lawyer. And you're telling me you passed the bar exam with such flimsy reasoning?
Funny, really. Kizuna-chan grunted a lot, but in the end she accepted us. The murder happened after that.
I concede that you may not be the killer. Still, to say you're in the kitchen would be a lie. Why are you lying like that?
Wait, hold on. How do you know that she's not in the kitchen? It's one thing to doubt whether she was, but how can you know for sure that she wasn't?
No, it's not a lie.
Taira, tell me honestly. I want to believe you. You are not the culprit. So then, is Taira really lying to us?
何をわけのわからないことを。
Oh.
Wait, I can't tolerate Akane being the culprit without corroboration.
But I'm not trying to blame him. It just doesn't make any sense if Taira's words were true.
No, there's a case where Akane's words can be proven to be true enough.
What?
It seems you haven't realized since you don't. Let me show you.
The fact that Akane never lied. Okay, so counter-argument showdown. Don't read and proceed. Shift key using the selected truth knife. Oh. Counter-argument showdown. Broken window. Choice test.
If Akane's words are true,
Tomori died knife is in the kitchen, and it's simple. As soon as they killed Tomori, the time of death is 9:30 p.m. You can't use the knife before that. There's no other way before this. Bagaragara! Bagaragara! Don't know what that says. Oh no! Oh no, I have to... Game over. Yep. Okay, we have to skip through all this. Skip through all this.
何をわけのわからないことを。
Wait. Oh. Oh no. Oh. I think I made some progress. No, there's still a contradiction. Did you forget? Tomori's fatal injury is to the throat, meaning that it's not hard to think that death was not instant. In other words, the time of Tomori's death is almost consistent with the time using the knife. You don't know that. In fact, even at such a time as Tomori's the rest. I've got the culprit returned the power arm with a knife and stabbed. Oh. What? What did I even do? I can't remember if I pressed anything, but apparently I got it.
You used Kinjo's testimony, right? Because,
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Hatano, I'm sorry, but there's a contradiction in that logic. What are you talking about? Isn't it possible to commit a crime while proving Tyra's words? Hatano, you mean the killer is taking a knife out of the kitchen right after Tyra leaves the kitchen to wash her clothes? And they ran straight to the power room and put the knife back into Mori's body? Yeah, if you move quickly, it's quite possible in less than 3 minutes from the kitchen to the power room. Fast isn't the problem. Did you forget, Hatano? By the time nighttime began, you guys were putting off a fire in the power room. Oh! Hatano, Kinjo, Mikaru, Uehara. 4 people are in the power room and walk in with an object that stands out like a kitchen knife. It cannot be missed or even hidden in plain sight. Oh, right. So they... I'm having a difficult time trying to visualize the discussion right now, but basically, if the killer wanted to kill Akane at 9:30, where all the other people were there, there's no way they'd have done it without being seen by Kinjo, Mikaru, Uehara, and the other, and Ayame. In other words, even if Tyra secretly manages to pull the knife out of the kitchen, it's absolutely impossible to enter unnoticed to the switchium and stab the knife on the body. I can't.
thanks for the explanation, Maeda. Thanks to you, saved us a lot of trouble. Like Maeda said, Hatano, I understand that you're a close friend of Tyra. Unfortunately, if Tyra's words were true, there would be an absolute contradiction to appear in her testimony.
Akane, speak up your mind. Did you lie? Can I say one more important detail in this?
Ugh, fine.
When the current body discovery announcement showed up, the 4 of us who put out the fire and the 6 in the student dormitory confirmed each other. So there is an alibi for us. But Taira Akane and Mikako Kurakawa, you two don't have an alibi. Well, this much has been proven thus far.
But wait, then Mikako could be not telling the truth. Tyra really killed Tomori?
No! I'm not the real killer! Tyra? Really? The kitchen knife thing? I really don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. But I'm really not the culprit! I didn't kill Kizuna-chan! Akane, really? Can I trust you?
But how do you explain that when you don't have an alibi? If you don't have it, it means that either Taira or Kurakawa are the culprit. You're the most potential suspect in every way.
Is it so weird to cook alone and go to the bathroom? I just happen to be alone!
Tyra, tell the truth, and if you're not guilty, prove your innocence!
Is Taira really the culprit? Certainly, even without an alibi, there's one or two places in doubt. Was Taira really with Tomori? No, I can't just doubt it yet, not until all riddles have been solved. I have to think what's been missing in this entire premise thus far. Burnt fuse line, glass shards. Taira is the Chinese culprit? What?
Excuse me.
I am not!
Who's the Chinese culprit?
Kabashikawa and I say 8:30 p.m. That's what I think!
Wait, that's not possible. There's no alibi for about 1 hour and 30 minutes with a witness missing. That'd be enough time to kill a person, and for the fire...
I did not!
What was the fire for? A lot of confusing things at the scene. Lighters and flashlights, fuse lines, etc. Taira doesn't have an alibi. She would be able to obtain them, wouldn't she? She would. That's presuming that she is the culprit. I'm still not sure though. Akane Taira is the Chinese culprit.
Wait! Kabashikawa! That's impossible!
What? You mean about Taira procuring the tools used in the crime? Yes, Taira has no alibi for the time being. I can't deny that. Bringing the tools, however, there sure is one.
Oh, that's a certain alibi. I want to hear this!
Reason I know this, it's because of the fact that somebody told me. Right, Otori?
Huh?
Otori knew it. The lighter and fuse disappeared since late night.
Gone? From where?
My guess would be the antique shop again.
Otori mentioned that he went to the antique store every day. After Maki's incident, the antique store was filled with most of the items. Then, after nighttime on the second day, the things used in the case suddenly disappeared, as mentioned by Otori.
Her alibi is that since she is Asian, she wouldn't be able to see who to slap.
Oh my god.
Getting some casual racism in the YouTube comments. Hilarious. Poor Akane. I don't think Akane is Chinese. I think that's most likely just a really bad mistranslation.
Oh, that's it. That's right. I did check them.
So, are you saying the killer took the tools late at night on the second day?
That would be the case. Unless Otori is lying. No lie. It's true.
Hey, the second day, Otori, was almost 2 days ago. Why didn't you talk back then? Oh, what kind of scheme was made when Maki was...
I'm sorry. At that time, I wasn't able to figure out things properly. It could have been my own mind playing tricks, so I wasn't... I wasn't really sure about it.
Well, if you're sure about if you're sure the tools are gone, then the killer took the tools in the middle of the night on the second day. That is what happened so far, if I understand this correctly. May I ask, why does that become Tyra's alibi? Via Tori's testimony becomes Tyra's alibi. It's because Tyra can't go to the antique store on that night. Oh! Wasn't she doing gym training with Ayame? Right. Uehara probably doesn't know about the three who weren't with Kinjo, and only the rest knows. So we know Tyra can't go to the antique store at night. The reason is... Oh. Why Tyra couldn't bring the tools at night? That is because of the nighttime rule, of course. But that would mean that whoever grabbed the tools from the antique store had to be either Mikaru, Uehara, or Kizuna. Because they're the only ones who weren't included in our gang, unless it was actually a member of our gang. Nighttime rule.
Wait, what? If it's the nighttime rule, that's what Kinjo decided, right? To not come out of our rooms late at night after 10 o'clock.
When did you decide that? Mikaru and Uehara have no choice but to know. Because the group decided when you were not there. Oh, wait! That's it! They don't come out of their room at night. This means that all the rest, meaning Mikaru and Uehara, who were on their own, could not have come out after nighttime. Yes. In other words, Tyra was alone. Tyra was also in the time frame alibi for late night time. Oh, you hate her, Pedro. I feel really conflicted. I like her. I want to like her. I hope she's not the culprit. She seems really sweet. She's definitely one of the top waifus of this game so far. So I hope she's not the one who actually... I'm sure there must be another explanation as to why she was in the kitchen all by herself and didn't notice the knife going missing.
Yeah, I never came out of my own room at night. Wait a minute, there's no alibi at all.
Huh?
That late night time rule isn't a rule set by Monokuma, isn't it? So what makes you think it's a genuine rule? You don't get killed from breaking it and no evidence if you did, correct?
I'm sorry, but I think the same thing. Even if Tyra followed the rules faithfully, it's no different from before without evidence.
Does that mean... No. With that rule, Tyra's alibi could be enough.
Kinjo-kun! Oh, what is it now? Until now, you've been pushing Tyra Akane, but you're a defense this time? Don't tell me you're defending your own rules now, because that's a self-made rule.
Surely not. I know the laxity this rule has.
It's lax.
Of course. As Picaro said, it wasn't a formal rule, and it was decided by ourselves, so there was no problem with breaking it.
What? To break it? Isn't that actually helping a culprit? Oh no! Kinjo! Did you suggest such thing even though you knew this would happen?
Sorry I kept this a secret from you guys. Actually, I did do some work on your private rooms.
Work?
Indeed. Every late night, I put a thin thread on the door of your private rooms.
A thin thread?
What does that mean then?
In fact, It's pasted so that it passes between the wall connecting the door and the door frame. If you do this, the tape will break when the door is opened, and the thread will break as well.
So if the thread was broken, it would sound like someone had opened the door.
Now, I've been watching late at night every day this way. As each nighttime starts, I put a new thread on, and I got up earlier than anyone else in the morning to check if any of the threads were cut. So, I can guarantee you, Taira has never been out of the room in a single night past 10 PM.
Oh, did you do that?
Wait, if you knew that from the start...
The you know who exactly left their room on the night the tools were gone?
No, unfortunately, I didn't find that out.
What do you mean you couldn't figure it out? You mean you couldn't confirm that the thread was broken?
No, it's because no one had broken the thread.
What? That means... You mean no one left the room late at night on the second day?
To be precise, the rest except Mikaru, Uehara, and Tomori. Because those three were an exception.
Then that means it was one of those three that were able to use the tools at that time. However, Tomori's already dead, so either Mikaru or Uehara are the culprit!
Don't make such rash judgments. I swear I didn't commit a murder. Now, wait a minute, Kinjo. What does it mean for us to have a thread on the door as a secret?
What do you mean? I explained it was a device to check if you're out of your room.
Not like that! It's as if you couldn't trust us at all. I mean, you were spying on us without saying a word?
Taira is right, Kinjo. You don't believe in us, don't you?
It's not my reality to believe or not believe. This is just my nature, my own personality. I'm basically always suspicious of everyone, other than me. Why is that your nature?
Hey, why is everyone so upset? I mean, it's thanks to this that he was able to prove Akane's innocence.
What's with these expressions of disapproval?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
proved Taira's alibi thanks to the thread on the door, right? Reasoning itself is impossible. Unless you're basically suspicious of others.
Kinjo-kun, you really... Stop it! Why do you keep trying to fight? This isn't the time right now. While we're doing this, Hatano's leg. Everyone calm down, even if you leave my legs. How many times is this going to repeat already? It's not too late to cover our disputes even after the trial is over. Now let's focus on the case, please. Okay. So, is it just me and the priest who eventually took the tools? For now, I think so. But isn't that funny? You guys, all the other kids are suspicious, but Tsurugi Kinjo is not at all.
Rainbow Duck? Oh. Oh,
Ah, sorry, I was just lagging a bit.
okay.
What?
I'll say this again. No matter how much you claim Taira Akane was in the kitchen, it's useless without evidence. What do you prove? What do you prove, Tsurugi Kinjo? That a guy attaches a thread to a door? Where's the evidence that confirms your actions? Kinjo? If you think he's the culprit, in all situations, he can sleep at will. Why is Tsurugi Kinjo not suspicious then?
Do you think I'm the culprit now?
Well, I'm just talking about possibilities. But you know there's no evidence in your words, do you?
If that's the case, there's no evidence for Otori's testimony, right? The only ones who checked these items was Otori, and even though it was just gone on the second date, we have no way to check it.
What in the blazes? You can't believe me now?
One moment! If Kinjo's or Otori's words are false, isn't Tyra's alibi also false?
Wait, what? I'm telling the truth here!
Everyone is in disarray. It's like they're trying to look for reasons to distrust each other even more than Maki's trial. Has our trust started to break? I don't want this outcome. I'm powerless on my own. Enough!
Considering the true or falsehood of the testimony will change nothing, I believe. The testimonies that have already been pointed is already a testimony worth considering. I like to approach this from the other side of the case. Kurokawa! Kurokawa! I think this is the first time I came here that I've heard you've said the longest speech!
Kurokawa's right, you guys. Now, don't mind the trivial things. A lot of time has already passed. Focus on the idea of finding the culprit.
As soon as you finish, will it be daybreak till then? Am I already half asleep right now?
You shut up.
Yes, it seems we were so enthusiastic about the killer being liars. As Kurokawa said, let's turn around halfway back and move on.
Okay, I think that would be good. Because I also want to avoid making Discord with you guys.
Oh, why do you want to avoid making Discord? I got a Discord.
Do whatever you want.
Go around halfway. You mean talking about the identity of the criminal? Are you gonna put things aside for a while?
Either way, whether Tyra lied or not, we don't have the evidence, no matter who's right or not. Let's first solve another mystery.
Okay! That's fine too! The more urgent it is, the more necessary it is to go back to!
But even if we go back, what do we do first? Basically, the same as before. Do you guys recall? The most important thing in this case is the dead body. But aside who the culprit is, tell me what doubts you have about it. Then the path towards the outline of the culprit will look more natural.
The body. Tomori's body was the most important clue. Let's recall in my memory how Tomori's body looked. Okay, another non-stop debate.
How Tomori was killed. Let's think about it!
I thought of that before, but first of all, it's the knife, right? Yes! The Monokuma file clearly points this out!
Tomori was dead in the Switchium? Why did she go to such a place when there's not even enough light? It's possible the killer moved it. Anyhow. No chance to resist instant death with a knife. It would go. Wrong.
それは違うよ
What Tori, that's not it. Remember? Tomori's cause of death was obviously the neck wound, but there was another wound.
There was another one?
The stomach wound. That's right.
Right. That's the important point.
The stomach was stabbed?
Why is that important? The killer just stabbed her twice, right?
In general, it is, but think about it. The cause of the neck wound? In this case, for some reason, you stabbed your victim in the stomach and the neck later. If you were going to kill in the neck from the start, why do you want to stab at the stomach first?
The stomach was hit cleanly, but the field wound was missed. However, she was killed in the end. Is there something amiss?
Oh, that's so cruel!
You can probably see it like that. Looking at the case as a whole, it takes something to put it into notice.
What? What do you mean to put something to notice? Perhaps the fire has something to do with it.
Fire. That's right. It turned out there was a fire in the switching room. Yeah, it's also important. You guys, don't you think the fire happened unnaturally?
That's true. If you see a fuse on the wall and even a lighter on the floor, you could see it right away.
So, are you saying that the killer started the fire for some reason? Is there any reason to do that?
This is also a question that doesn't really matter. Is the power room okay? I'm sure the switch room is a really important place, so I heard it's a big deal if it gets damaged. Well, it's a really big place. It's cool. Of course the fire was there. Fortunately, we lived because the fuse line was laid to burn only the walls. But... Oh! I was not supposed to speak, right?
What did you say just now? It was laid to only burn the wall?
Oh, it was kind of puzzling after all. There was such a big fire, but Tomori's body didn't burn at all.
Only the wall without touching the machines or the body? Is that something on the walls?
If it's a wall, what else was there?
A wall. There's something on the wall of the switching room. There's nothing coming to mind. Wait. Looking back at it, there was a line passing by it too. There's something on the wall of the switching along with something else. What could have been on the wall of the switching? Flashlights. This. Oh. It wasn't the burned fuse. What if this was on the wall of the switching? No. Whoa. Okay, I need to think more about this. There was a line passing by it too. It was on the wall of the switching along with something else. Burn marks? Oh. this? I don't know what he could be referring to other than the burnt fuse.
Couldn't possibly be referring to the message in blood. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of that's necessarily on the wall. But
Well, yeah, but it wasn't on the wall though. It was on the floor.
I was on the floor. Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. Rest in peace.
At this rate, I'm just going to be guessing all the wrong answers until I've narrowed it down to the right one. Because I think I'm genuinely stuck for an answer here. What if they took out the... Oh, it was that? What was on the wall of the switchium room? There was only one thing. The glass window. Well, why are you focusing on the window? Windows aren't flammable.
The glass window?
That big glass window? Wasn't it broken by the time we arrived?
Oh, well, turns out that when Kinjo and the others brought the fire extinguisher to put out the fire, didn't they say they heard something? Cracking or breaking inside? That's right. At that time, I thought it was the sound of someone in the switchium breaking the window and going outside. I asked Uehara to check the entrance of the power room.
In the end, no one was seen. Wait a minute. If the only thing on the wall of the switchium room is the glass window, the culprit's purpose was to burn the window?
Oh, I think I heard this somewhere. When the glass is heated, it becomes fragile.
Can you really? Who tries to burn a freaking window? I've never heard of this before. It's just so counterintuitive. What purpose would that even serve?
And the killer set fire to the switchium after killing Tomori and broke the fragile glass window while everyone put out the fire and took advantage of this to escape. Wait, isn't that weird? If that's the case, all you have to do is heat up the window and break it. There's no reason to do a big job by setting the whole wall on fire raging for no reason, right?
I'm sorry to hear you've been having a stressful day, Izuko. What's happened in your life that's made your day so stressful?
It's possible it was used as a smoke screen. Actually, Uehara tried to check the entrance, but didn't he say he couldn't see anything because of the smoke?
Wow, that's too complicated.
Anywho, doesn't that mean someone was inside the switchium right before we got in?
And me and Kinjo, who gathered at that point, Uehara, Hikaru has a definite alibi, right?
No. You guys are making a big mistake right now.
Huh? What do you mean?
Think more carefully. Then, in your thoughts, you can spot the contradictions.
You're mistaken. What do you mean?
Reorganize what you guys said.
First, you go into the switchium. Surely the fuse and lighter was used. The reason the killer used those is because there was a purpose for setting the fire.
By the way, the fuse was only surrounded by the wall, right? That would have burnt the walls.
On the walls, in addition to the windows, there were no special items in there.
Okay, I think this is where the contradiction...
Meaning the culprit broke the window and smoke started to spread.
Did you check that, Inori? Glass windows are fragile when heated. It's so fragile.
Oh. But the glass
Yeah,
shards
still
were
you-
broken too evenly for that to be true.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah? That's what? As Kinjo said, I think we were mistaken for one thing.
In this day where I was asleep, I've been woken by a dream of getting falsely arrested, and it ruined my morning as I have a bunch of other things to work out. Oh, so it was all a bad dream? I'm sorry to hear that, Izuko, but I'm trying to think. I've had plenty of terrible dreams. I don't want to talk about them on the stream because some of them are quite personal.
It's what Inori said right now. The broken glass. That's what I mean.
What are you talking about? You know for sure the glass window is broken, don't you?
Yeah, the window is broken, but it wasn't broken by anyone.
It wasn't broken by anyone.
Did the window break on its own?
That's a bit ridiculous. But I guess it's not a wild fantasy. No, Maeda made a very precise point. As Maeda mentioned, the window was broken alone without anyone touching it.
Wait, really? Is it possible?
Like Inori said, the glass is weak to heat. Of course, it can withstand a certain degree, but if it is heated directly, or if the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors is severe, the weakness becomes more prominent. Guys, do you remember the structure of the switch-in room? It was a completely enclosed space except for the entrance, right? In fact, even when the fire broke out, I couldn't feel any heat outside.
Yeah. Kinjo's words are correct, but still, isn't it too much for glass to break just by thermal change without any external force? Of course, the conditions aren't just right. Not impossible, but...
I don't know what you're saying.
Right. As Inori mentions, the logic is a bit far-fetched. But what if the conditions were met?
Huh?
I don't know if anyone noticed it because it wasn't a part that was noticeable at the scene of the incident, and because the switchium itself was dark. Probably no one was interested in it, but
Oh. Alright, hold on. I need to reconnect my headphones. Actually, a better idea. Instead of these headphones, I will use these ones. My wired headphones, which I haven't used in ages. There we go. Just reroute my audio. Okay, you still with us, Rainbow Dark?
yep.
Yeah. Okay, alright.
Forgive me. The glass window of the switchium was very tight.
That's it! If the heat alone was left with enough time to break by itself, Kinjo's words would make sense. Hey, it's interesting reasoning, but What's the basis of it? That it was only possible that the glass could break on its own by hearing this? You didn't throw this without thinking, right?
Of course not, because Kinjo's remarks have an adequate basis. Isn't that right, Kinjo?
Right. Did you also notice it, Maida?
Yeah. Actually, I was also guessing when I said that the window wasn't broken by someone. The exact reason the glass broke on its own. That's probably because of the glass shards, right, Kinjo?
The shards?
Correct.
Please don't tell me why I'm the only one in the world that doesn't get this until you give me a proper explanation.
At first, I only knew that the killer would make use of the window in some way to escape without fail. But Kinjo said during the investigation.
Then please do. I need to investigate the window more.
Oh, Kinjo, 1 second. Can I ask one more thing? I just heard the whole situation from you, but I still don't get what's weird about the glass shards from the window.
To simply put it, it's neatly broken.
Huh? The glass was neatly broken. What does that mean, you ask? In other words, it means if you broke it with human strength, it wouldn't break like this.
It's human power. It's neatly broken. I don't understand it. I see! What you mean is the broken shape! When I listen to Maida and think again, it really does feel like that.
Yeah. If someone breaks a window with a hand or a blunt object, it should crack and break like a spider's web. Have you ever experienced it at least once? You accidentally broke a piece of glass, or the shape of a broken glass.
Oh, definitely. It looks like it was broken into a very complex shape of, like, cobwebs.
But how is the glass window of the switch here? It's like a broken shape, as if part of the window somehow got neatly removed. No matter how you look, don't you think it was broken by an unnatural way?
It certainly looks that way. There seems to be no contradiction in Kinjo's words.
Funny, isn't it?
Mikaru, you must have known this much. I'd like you to stop trying to test me. Don't think of the class trial as a joke, Mikaru.
Oh my, thanks for the advice. I'm just worried that one day you'll become as lost as these friends of yours. Kinjo! Don't mind Mikaru! Keep going!
Actually, they just finished explaining.
Wait a minute. If Kinjo's words are true, then when the fire broke out, does that mean that nobody was inside the switchium?
Oh, so that's what he meant?
Wouldn't that be very likely? If someone was inside and were trying to escape, it'd be quicker to break the glass manually, instead of waiting to be heated in order to break itself.
Yes. Besides, Uehara at that time opened the entrance to the power room and guarding it. No matter how thick the smoke was, if someone tried to leave, they would have been caught.
At that time, we all thought we hadn't seen them because all we knew was that someone had broken the glass. But in reality, no one was inside the switchium. And thus, the killer deliberately heats the glass and breaks itself. And for the reason of making us think someone inside the switchium broke the glass and escaped.
Okay, so I did not know that you could heat glass and cause it to break like that. I feel like the game had to explain it to me in a manner so as I could understand, for me to actually consider that as a possibility.
Okay, that's it, right? Then, in the end, everyone's alibi no longer holds! Is that the conclusion?
Huh?
Think about it. If there was no one inside the switch gym, the killer was ready to start a fire in advance. He could mix in us at any time. If that is the case, aren't you saying that it's possible for everyone to start a fire, including Kinjo and the group who went to put out the fire when the window was broken, and the rest of us in the dormitory side?
Nani?
Oh, you mean we don't have an alibi either?
Yamaguchi is right. Anyone can commit a crime by reasoning from the information provided thus far.
Hold on. Isn't that established under the premise that the person who caused the fire is the culprit? It hasn't been clear yet, but it seems too hasty.
There's no reason for a person who is not the culprit to set out a fire. I'm not crazy enough.
Even so, at the beginning, the timing of this incident, Tomori's death occurred at around 9:30 p.m. Was anyone close by during that time?
I mentioned this earlier, but I was cooking alone. I was looking around the warehouse for things to help with the treatments. It was useful for Hatano's first aid.
I was just laying in my own bed.
What the? You mean everyone was alone?
There does not seem to be anyone near the time of the crime. The only way we could see each other was to find out where each one was, or where the alibis were lost, with the exception of Mikaru, Uehara, and Kurokawa. What? They were back where we started.
There's no evidence that everyone has an alibi, or to deduce the culprit. That's why.
You mean there's no one in doubt? No suspects?
But then, who was it?
Tyra! Except you?
What? What? Isn't this deja vu again? You know, maybe we're in an infinite loop now?
So many memeable quotes from her.
Stop doubting Akane! Didn't the talk about her testimony finish before?
No, it wasn't over. It's just that it was put on hold because there was so much uncertain information. Nothing resolved about why she lied. But we didn't establish whether she lied. You're just assuming that.
No! I didn't lie! Wait, it's not Tyra, as the testimonies of Kinjo and Hattori proved it, right?
Yeah, that's right. Whoever the culprit is, they have to prepare a fuse and a lighter to start a fire. But it was mentioned that Tyra didn't come out of their room in the middle of the night when we went to our private rooms?
I'm uncertain about that. Frankly, I'm suspicious of each of them, and they were put on hold.
Shouldn't we use the information we have, even if it's uncertain information? Unless there's an objection to definitively deny it.
I apologize. I'm really sorry. Even if there's an alibi for bringing the tools, I'll just keep it in mind. Tyra's lie, however.
Ah!
To be honest, it's the same with me. If she's not the killer, why did she make such suspicious remarks?
Hey! I told you I might have been mistaken! Well, either way, Tyra wouldn't have been able to get the tools, so she can't be the killer. Enough with this meaningless argument. You really are just stupid. What now? Do you think we're stupid? Is it so stuffy that you can't even see it? Want me to share some insight?
But at the start of the class trial, you said you wouldn't even help.
Oh, did I? Then I won't meddle. Do it yourself.
No, that isn't...
Listen first. Mikaru might know something, you know? I'll tell you one thing for those who are ignorant and poor, is that there's a method for the criminal to get the tools without using their hand.
Say it then!
The most representative example is an accomplice. You suspected that there could have been an accomplice in the last class trial, right?
But Mikaru, isn't it less likely that we have one in this case? We were informed that only the person to escape this place would be the killer.
Moreover, even if there isn't an accomplice, it's impossible for them to bring the tools. According to Kinjo, in the middle of the night the day the tool disappeared, not only Tyra, but also because neither of us left our private rooms.
Except for the three that didn't act with us.
Then it's gotta be Uehara or Mikaru the ones who helped Tyra? Why are you making it confirmed as if I did? It's not me!
Okay, surely Mikaru and me were able to roam around without any restrictions that day. But I haven't shown up to the antique shop until now.
You don't even have to doubt me or Uehara, Kinji. The person who brought the items from the antique shop. Can't you see it?
Based on the testimonies from Kinjo and Otori, only 3 people who were free to move around that night during that day. Mikaru's saying the accomplice is obviously visible. Was it Kizuna?
Put it down.
Mikaru, the person who brought the tools, you mean it was Tomori?
Huh? It was Tomori?
That's right. If you have an accomplice, Tomori Kizuna shows up. You can't see anyone else, can you? By the way, I'm so ashamed that the incompetent had to answer this. Wait a minute! Tomori's the victim, though! Why is she an accomplice? I'm not sure exactly. The only ones to bring the tools are Mikaru, Uehara, and her. She was a victim, so I wondered if there would be a contact with the criminal at some point.
Incompetent. This is a common pattern, is it not? The story of a criminal tricking someone into a crime. Speaking of which, the criminal took advantage of the accomplice in the end.
Wait a minute! Kinjo! Kinjo can also bring the tools at nighttime. There's no way to prove that Kinjo was out of their room or not.
Didn't the time run out while talking about that? Believe or not to believe? You're free to believe. Now, I think it's wise to follow more clear information than these uncertain leads.
Yeah, if you're with Tomori, you can definitely bring the tools. So what happened? For some reason, Tomori did something funny. The killer himself maintained an alibi that Tomori delivered the tools to the killer in the late night hours?
Now, wait a second. But Kizuna-chan didn't change her mind? There has to be reason to decide and help the killer. You said she was an accomplice, but she can't actually get on the level of an accomplice. What the accomplice did was just deliver the tools. I need this thing. Please bring these for me. It's not enough of an excuse.
What about it? If Tyra's the culprit, there's nothing strange about that, right?
No! That is not...
Tyra, I'm sorry. I hate to doubt you, but no matter how much I look, there's only you.
You too. Everybody, this is too much! Why are you so anxious to turn me into a bloody killer? You don't even have an alibi! The only difference between you and me is that I made a mistake once! Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You just got an appropriate stick and you're hunting witches, you villains!
Apologies, but it's a situation that doesn't seem to be as bad as it is right now.
I'm the culprit only because there's no certainty at all!
Tyra's the culprit. Is that really it? As Tyra said, there's only one thing everyone is suspicious of her right now. It's just a witch hunt. There's no solid evidence. Let's think about it. Is there any more convincing evidence? Is Tyra telling the truth or is she lying? Flash anagram. Oh, what? We're doing this in freaking Korean? What the hell?
Oh no.
I don't know Korean. How the hell am I meant to do this?
Yeah, you're on your own here, I'm afraid.
I don't suppose there's anyone in the chat who's fluent in Korean who could give me a hand? Maybe? Oh, okay, that was the right answer, and, oh. Maybe it's this one. Oh, crap. Oh, I got the wrong... Maybe what I was meant to do was I was meant to view the tutorial first. Let's skip through this. Oh, what? We're back to all the way over here? Where we established that the glass was broken by the fire? Okay, alright, now we're getting closer and closer to the part where we start to think Tyra's still lying. Oh! Oh, we have to figure out who,
Hello.
It was the victim who brought the tools that would be needed for the crime. And now everyone suspects Tyra again. Okay. Okay, alright. Okay, please be in English. Please be in English. Oh, for fuck's sake! What the hell am I supposed to do? Seriously? I don't
At least
speak.
remember the first character.
I don't speak Bing Bong Chang language. Okay, that was correct. What could the last character be? Was it this one? How about this? Oh, stop moving. Okay, it's not that one. Oh, how about that? Oh, disappeared. I think we already tried that. Ah. Oh, okay, it's not that one. How about this? Nope.
I think it has to be the ones you see in orange right now, because you tried it for the fourth one, and it wasn't that. But it might be the last one. If it was different.
Oh, well done. So the real answer was that bing bang bong bang whatever. I really wish they did that for this. Come to think of it, there is. Okay, we're about to learn what the answer I just selected was. There is a clue about the culprit's identity.
Huh?
A clue to the killer's identity? Is that true? If you knew that, why do you mention this now? Sorry, I just remembered. And even though it's a clue to the killer, I don't know who it's pointing to. You don't even know who it's pointing to? Then how do you know it's a clue to the killer?
Maida, what you're referring to is the dying message. Is that correct?
Right. Some may not have seen it, but next to Tomori's body, there were some letters written in blood.
A dying message, is it? Something like a cryptogram that points to the killer before they die.
Yeah. Everyone take a look at this. This is the dying message presumed to have been written by Tomori. Hey! This is it! I've seen this blood spot too! I just left the blood splattered in a strange shape. It actually looks like that, but if there's any meaning in these letters... This is a clue to the culprit, right? I think it's a good idea to decipher the dying message, rather than being suspicious of Akane while catching a fuss over it.
But what does this say? Do we have any letters? XXXX.
XXX. Huh? 4 X's? I don't know what this means at all!
I think Kinjo or Mikara may know. Isn't this a professional's job?
Basically, the dying message refers to the culprit more directly than you think. Because it's just before she dies. The victim cannot afford to waste their time thinking. In other words, if you think of it, it has various meanings that will need to be solved. Don't think very hard, just change your perspective a little.
4x. Does that number have any meaning? Actually, doesn't this seem like the last X is a little big? It seems to have a different meaning from the first 3.
What is X? The meaning of X? You guys are really stupid. What? Does that mean you understood the meaning of this dying message? Of course not. There's nothing to understand. This is not a password. It literally points to the killer. What?
That was it.
What? What do you mean, literally?
Well, first of all, if you don't know even after telling you this, I'd rather be executed and die.
No way! Wherever you look, it only reads X?
Katakana. Huh? Katakana word. Think about it. Katakana is... Wait, katakana? Obviously, this dying message looks like the letter X at first glance. It's because there's a lot of blood, but from a different perspective, it looks like katakana.
Katakana,
The letter for meh looks like that, but
a letter that reads like an X in katakana.
Meh. The most familiar one I can see.
Nah, 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 nah.
no. There are many other things you can think of other than that. In fact, Japanese can be read differently enough that even if it is written a little skewed, it's not strange for a person on the verge of dying, writing with their own blood, but it would be weird if they could write straight. Then, what were they trying to draw in the end?
The middle X and the third X, the alphabet X, have long vertical strokes. If X is tilde, it becomes meh, where the vertical stroke is long. If it's long, to, I don't know, man. I'm getting a headache. No way. What this word means is...
When I think of a katakana, the first X is almost similar to meh.
I'll give you one more hint. The third X has a symbol that seems to be hiding, see?
It seems? I can't see anything like that.
Look closely. It's buried by the big X next to it. It's hard to see it. But because there's a drop of blood in that exact location.
I don't know if you say so.
Allow me to raise a question to you. Kinjo, your reaction seems to be the reaction after knowing the correct answer.
At one point, after listening to Mikaru and Kurokawa's words, I came to realize it. It seems like there are some other people who solved it besides me.
The identity of the dying message. If you think of it as katakana, the first letter is me, and the last one has a hidden symbol. The second and third letters, with long vertical strokes, the candidates are I and To. When I think about these combinations, I think I can see the answer for sure. But should I believe this answer? No, I have no choice but to accept the results. I have to do it! The person this dying message points to, the person's identity. I have to admit it.
Okay, so it has to start with meh. One of the first character has to be meh, and one of the other characters is I or To. Now, who is there? I might need to rewatch my playthrough on my second monitor. Oh, I don't know if I can do that.
So Ayame Hatano has a me and a to in it, but I think that might be the only character with both of them. But I'm not sure how she managed to be the killer anyway, so pause then.
No, I thought this wrong. Let's think again.
I can't think of anyone who... hold on. I need to just, what's the name? Hold on. I'm gonna retrace my steps. Why can't I play back through a live stream as it's live? YouTube doesn't allow me to do that. At this point, at this rate, the only thing I can do is scroll through as many different The culprit was me! No, it wasn't. There were 4 characters, so... Alright, 4 characters. No, it wasn't the victim. Yeah, you've done a really great job translating this, Fish, whatever your name was. I don't have a clue what I'm supposed to do. I'm not that clued up on Japanese katakana. At this rate, I might as well pick a name out of a hat. Is it this guy? No, it's not. Nope, it's not Mikako. I'm really looking forward to the explanation once it comes.
犯人は
What?
君だ。
Don't tell me. The meaning of the dying message. You gotta be kidding me. This can't be it. As Kurokawa mentioned, this was a text that could be read as it was in katakana. However, it just looks like the letter X because it's bloated. It's a little bloated. Maida, you know the meaning of the dying message? Well, Kurokawa, Mikaru, and Kinjo's hints set me on. I'll explain to you guys from now on. First of all, the first letter, as everyone guessed, was me. This was easy to understand, that even if you look at it, you can confuse it a little with an X, right? I think the second letter is probably E.
Oh god. Meido.
If you use the vertical stroke a little longer, it overlaps the horizontal stroke. It has a similar shape to me. And the third letter, it's pretty hard to recognize, but I was able to guess based on Kinjo's voiceless remarks and the first two letters. Maybe this one was supposed to be do? Meido. Oh, I see. This one is close to E. If you write a long horizontal stroke, it will have the same shape as... I'm still uncertain what the last big X means, but once you look at it this far, it's true that one word comes to mind. Meido. Ultimate maid student, Taira Akane. Huh? But I like her. That's gotta be BS. I hope. Oh, I'm gonna be really annoyed if she turns out to be the killer. I'm gonna quickly head downstairs and see if dinner's nearly ready, and if so, what progress has been made on it. And if possible, I may need to break this trial into 2 parts. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, so I'm kind of unsure what to do. Do you guys think I should carry on with the trial? I realize that actually dinner's not going to be for quite a while. So... Hey, you know what? Screw it. Let's resume the trial. Oh, I'm going to be so annoyed. I really liked her. I guess in Danganronpa, you never get too attached to anyone. Tyra, among us, the word maid refers to... Rather, I can't think of anyone but you. I'm just gonna give Akane a normal voice. Akane! That's... It's really her? You killed Tomori?
Now wait a minute. There must be a misunderstanding. I mean, something like this. This is too much. Please wait a minute, everyone. I have nothing.
I didn't do anything. The dying message was written by a person. That's the slogan, not from Colonel Hogan. What's that from? I don't know that saying. Slogan from Colonel Hogan. The Lord does not lie. As long as the dying message refers to the word maid, it has already been revealed.
Was it a lie at the beginning of the trial to cover up her crime?
No.
Tyra, tell me with your own words. Are you really the culprit? Me. I'm not the killer. Akane. Why am I the culprit? The dying message may say the word maid, but there's a big X next to it. You guys have only interpreted the maid and didn't interpret the X after that. The X could literally be an X. Doesn't that mean negative? In other words, it means not the maid, so I'm not the culprit. Okay, that's very flimsy, shallow reasoning, but...
I don't know yet. Oh, sorry. I don't know yet if what Tyra said is true, but certainly, as she said, we haven't fully decoded the dying message yet.
Okay, the X at the end?
Well, if you simply look at it, it really looks like it says not the maid, but...
If the dying message means not the maid, as Tyra said, I would be rather more suspicious of Tyra. Huh? Why? Don't you think so? Who was the killer? I don't recall seeing a message saying who is not the killer. It seems illogical for an innocent one in blood being by the victim. Rather, you would think it's not the maid to take yourself off the suspect list.
Hey, doesn't that mean the culprit themselves wrote the dying message?
That's right. There's no law saying the dying messages are all true. They can show up in many ways. For example, the killer manipulates the dying message to lead an advantage in the trial.
Yeah, maid X as it is. Meaning the only one who would benefit from a writing that is not a maid would be the maid herself, Tyra.
Whether the interpretation of the dying message is this or that, there's no way to avoid the word maid. Akane, you really are...
Is Tyra really the culprit? Is Tyra really the culprit? Can we conclude the case like this? What is this feeling? Is my heart screaming? I feel like all of this feels so contradictory. Is it okay to end up with Tyra being the culprit? Can I vote now? It'll be painful to do anymore. It'll just be... I just want to end this quickly. Wait. Kurakawa?
Obviously, it's true that Tyra was suspicious. Clearly the way she acted seems questionable. However, there's a problem yet to be solved.
What? An unsolved problem?
As Kurokawa said, it's too soon to end like this. There must be a cause for this unpleasant feeling. Yeah, a secret that hasn't been solved yet.
Oh, hi, Bacon.
Unsolved problem I do not know.
Well, what's the point? The dying message is also over. What else is there? Oh. The secret of the window is over. So over.
Tool procurement problem has also been solved.
No, that's exactly it. We just established that Akane couldn't have... Oh, unless the victim did it. Only for murder, you're thinking. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was wrong. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I know what he's getting at. That's
そうかもしれないよ。
Yeah, right! That's it!
Oh, yeah.
Did you find someone, Maeda?
Guys, I think it's still a little bit too early to call Tyra the culprit.
What? What do you mean? You're the one that said the dying message had to be the word made.
About that, I still can't conclude for sure. Thanks to Kurokawa, I could think of something actually. Right after the incident, do you all remember Hatano's injury? Of course, now the trial's coming to an end and Hatano's condition is worsening. Get that in order, okay? Why was Hatano injured? Everyone think about it.
Why did she get hurt? We saw it. She was hurt by a wire trap in the leg.
Think about it. Who installed the wire trap? When does this come into place?
I mean, the killer must have installed it?
That's it. In other words, your opinion is that the suspected killer, meaning Tyra, installed the wire trap, right?
Now wait a second. I never installed anything like that. Why would I aim for Ayame-chan?
That doesn't really mean you can't, though.
Wait a minute. Tyra installed the wire trap? The wire trap is there, but when was it installed?
The wire installed. I don't know exactly what's on the wire, but I can guess because I was there when Hatano was injured. Hatano was trying to grab something at the time, and the wire was installed along the way to serve as the bait for it. The wire must have been installed as soon as the object was placed. And that object wasn't there. At least until that point. So when was the wire installed? I'm getting all the wrong answers on this.
Kiddo.
When the wire was installed, it was probably immediately after starting the investigation.
I believe so. Is there a good reason for that opinion?
The wire is not visible, so the exact installation time of the wire itself is unknown, but by other elements it can be inferred. Actually, Hatano wasn't just hurt. When she was injured, I know I was right next to them, but Hatano was injured by the wire while approaching to find and investigate some kind of object, and she got caught in the trap. Hatano, do you remember?
Perhaps. Are you referring to that burnt flashlight?
Yeah. There was no such thing in the corner when I found the body with everyone in the power room, but it was there after the investigation started.
In other words, the killer used the flashlight as bait to induce someone to get caught in the wire trap. If so...
I set the flashlight and installed the wire at the same time, immediately after the investigation began. It's the approximate time to install it. Oh, I never really reflected on that.
Yeah, it's right after the start of the investigation, right? The wire was installed shortly after the investigation began?
Yamaguchi? Strange. This is weird. Weird.
Is it not weird?
You! Why the sudden yelling?
Everyone open your eyes and listen. If Tyra's the culprit, it means Tyra installed the wire right after the investigation started, yes? But that's impossible! Why, you ask? It's because Tyra was with me!
You were with Tyra? Surely.
Then there was a relationship?
Can you stop that? Don't put a joke like that at a time like this.
Huh? Does that mean...
I know this exactly because Tyra was in the same place I was and we didn't do anything!
What? How could you say you didn't do anything so proudly?
No, what I mean is, I was going to do some investigating, but I seldom make progress, so... Anyway, that's not what's important. It's Tyra's story! I swear to you, Tyra has been stuck in one spot since everyone gathered to the power room until the trial announcement came out!
What? Is that for real?
Apart from anything else, there's only one spot that was inefficient, even if you did a little investigation. I want to hear why. Why didn't you mention this, Tyra?
No, it was shocking that Kizuna-chan died. Did any of us do that? Even so, everyone participated in the investigation, but that is not a reason.
It doesn't really matter. What's important, well, more important than that now, Tyra didn't do anything at the time of the investigation. Meaning, she couldn't install the wire, right?
Yeah, that's why I said it's weird!
Then Tyra's not the killer? I mean, I've been trying to say that from the very beginning!
But what's called a maid? Are we wrong with the interpretation? It's not just that. Tyra lied. She's still suspect no matter how we continue. We don't know if she lied. You just think that she did.
When that happens, you can't explain the wire trap.
What's going on? I think my head will be weird if it gets twisted anymore. Can't we stop this already?
If you want to die, then do it. I won't stop you. It's definitely weird. Apart from simply being contradictory, logically it's playing itself, separately, as if several incidents seem to be a gathering event. Why? What's missing? It's as if the contradictions don't stop to conclude that Tyra is the culprit, but there doesn't seem to be any different direction in the case.
is the truth of this case.
If Tyra isn't the culprit, what have you been doing everything so far for? You mean it was all good for nothing? But if that's the case, then who is the culprit and who do we vote for?
I can't keep going. We keep hitting dead ends. Even in the midst of this, Hatano's leg injury might be getting worse.
Well, I'll say this. Other than Tyra, is there not another suspicious person?
Who is that?
Kurokawa.
What? Why Kurokawa?
Well, I don't understand because of the dying message and the wire installation, but Kurokawa suddenly disappeared during the investigation. Isn't she suspicious to anyone?
Looking at it, the broadcast announcing the start of the class trial rang, but we gathered quite late and Monokuma brought her.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Didn't Kinjo mention it? He said that he had main suspects in mind. If Tyra, who's been attracting attention as a high-level suspect, is not the culprit, will the other suspect, Kurokawa, who's the next suspicious person, naturally be her?
Wait a second. It is true that Kurokawa was late, but what disappeared during the investigation was investigated by Kurokawa's own way. It was Kurokawa's discovery that the kitchen kinf was actually disappeared from the kitchen.
But even if they were investigating, still why arrive late? I was curious from the start of the trial. I want to know the reason they were late, even if you're not the culprit.
Kurokawa, you're not a killer, right?
Please answer us. Don't be uneasy.
I'm not the culprit. The reason for being late, I can't tell you now. After the trial, I'll tell you why.
If it was for a good reason, isn't there no good reason to hide it? Why can't you tell us? The more you hide it, the more suspicious it gets!
I'm sorry, but trust me, I'm not the killer. Regardless of the reason, isn't it a little too much to say that Kurokawa is the culprit? She doesn't seem to have anything to do with the dying message. It would have been possible to install the wire, however.
No, but there's no other way. This is impossible. She's impossible. It's all possibilities again. Who's the killer then? Even if it's a ghost. It's not impossible?
Huh, you really are fools without answers. Shouldn't you be aware of this?
Huh? What do you mean?
What? That's the truth of the case. I told you, didn't I? I said I wouldn't help you people, but once it's a trial with my life at stake, if there's no answer, I'll solve it. So in other words, you are idiots with no answer to the extent that I have to come out like this.
Damn it! Hikaru is destroying us!
Kara's attitude is sarcastic, but I think she knows something. Kara may give us a clue about this situation that we cannot overcome alone.
When you look at the goals for your reasoning, I can see how hard your brains are. To put it simply, you are fools who try to solve the same solution without thinking of any other method when no other problem was solved.
Thank you for your kind summary description, but you, what do you know yourself?
If the same method doesn't work, you should know how to challenge it using a new method. Understood, child? But what do you mean by a new method?
It means throwing away stereotypes.
Oh my. When it's so quiet, you finally open your mouth, psycho police. Is it not a problem that if the best young police officer in Japan gets slower answers than the professor?
It doesn't matter. But I guess it's all a competition for you. Let's just say it's not. There's nothing to be gained from this charade.
There's something sparkling between you two.
Oh, what are you? You're just going around implying there's a ship between everyone?
But what's that mean? Stereotypes to throw it away? Did you both find out something?
I'll apologize first. When the trial happened, I was about to be overthrown by the killer because of a misinterpretation of the case. But I deserved it. I was guessing to some extent, but I didn't think the case would be so twisted.
It was twisted?
It's natural to say you guys made it public. This case is simple. There's a criminal, and that criminal killed the victim. If you tried to solve it, there'd be contradictions.
Then, wait a minute. So then this isn't a murder case?
No, there is a murder. It's clearly malevolent, but... Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? An ordinary murder case would be difficult to solve if you think of it as a simple step-by-step scenario. While investigating before the trial, I guessed the outline frame, but at that point, I couldn't confirm this either. However, as the trial progressed, Tyler's reactions and the dying message being solved, a truth was reached. To be precise, the riddle that had been solved so far was the one that derived from a clue, but... What's the truth about it? To put this simply, this crime is not a case where there's one culprit and one victim being mentioned.
What? Not one culprit? Not one victim? So you mean there was an accomplice? But didn't Monokuma say that accomplices had no advantage?
No. It's a bit ambiguous to call it an accomplice. But what is certain is that a third party, other than the criminal, was clearly involved.
Third party? Who was it?
You, Tyra.
Huh?
Tyra was the third party? Is that different from a culprit or accomplice?
For starters, I like to see it like that. As you guys said, if you're a criminal, you have to install a wire trap, but Tyra herself couldn't afford it. Because of Yamaguchi, he also saw Tyra stand still during that time.
Then Akane no longer needs to be questioned, right?
No, wait a minute. I'm really sorry, but I still don't get it. If Tyra isn't the culprit, I don't know why the dying message points to the maid, and she even lied to us.
That's why I told you. Tyra is a third party in this case.
What?
It's not a culprit. It's different from an accomplice, but it's obviously a third party who was heavily involved in this case. Maybe she's not even aware of it. The woman's personality is showing her hard on her face. It's proof that the maid lied and wrote the dying message, lying to everyone here.
Wait, what? She wrote the dying message?
It seems by your facial expressions, you don't understand it. Okay, before discussing the real criminal, let's begin with a question about it.
I am so lost.
Tyra isn't just a suspect, she's a third party.
I'm not sure what that means.
According to your reasoning, at first glance, Taira Akane looks like the culprit. But for Taira Akane to put the wire trap is not possible. There's a contradiction. In fact, it's okay to say that your reasoning in return is the correct answer.
A rookie mistake! Someone clean up this mess!
In the first place, being a third party, doesn't that mean that there's a third person besides the criminal and the victim? Three more people were involved in this crime. Is there any proof to say that is? Oh yeah, the third flashlight! Well, that's what I've actually been saying from the beginning. Why were there 3 flashlights instead of 2?
No, Uehara, wait! There was evidence of 3 people involved in the crime.
What would that be?
A flashlight, of course. There was one more flashlight.
What do you mean there was one more?
Hatano, that flashlight you were trying to pick up.
Oh! That's why Hatano injured her leg on the wire. That flashlight, right?
But what does it mean when you say there is one more? I think there are some people who haven't seen it. Let me tell you, in the switch room, there were 2 broken flashlights. By the way, Maeda, other than those 2, the third flashlight.
On the day the second floor was opened, everyone saw it while investigating, right? It's a dark place where the switch doesn't light up. Without a flashlight, nothing is visible. And the fact that Tomori died there would have been something to do with the switch here. And in that case, she must have brought a flashlight. So one of the 3 flashlights would have to be the one Tomori brought. And if you don't see anything, murder is not possible. It means that the culprit killed Tomori inside the switch room, and the culprit also took a flashlight. So the second flashlight was brought by the killer.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Who's the owner of the third flashlight?
Don't tell me it's Akane.
That's right. Maeda explained it very well. The switch room is not a known place, and there's nothing visible, so naturally expect to carry a flashlight in order to go in there. Even if I went, I would need my flashlight, back once I'd done with my business. There's no reason to leave it behind. Wasn't this the aftermath of a struggle between the criminal and Tomori?
One moment. Isn't that just by reasoning alone? Unless there's 0% chance that someone forgot it and left it in the past, it wouldn't be clear. No, Uehara. There's evidence that all the 3 flashlights are involved in the incident. As Kinjo said, 2 flashlights were broken, and the other, the last one, it was burnt.
Correct! It's a flashlight before it got caught in the fire. That's the flashlight that was on the scene.
Now you realize, is there a fool who still doesn't understand? According to your inference, the fact that the case involved 3 people was the adequate basis of this case.
I had no idea.
You must not have known. Probably the killer tried to use Taira.
Really? What does that mean?
We've come this far, so I wonder if it's okay to reveal it. I called Taira a third party, but this doesn't mean that you simply witnessed or helped the killer.
What is it then?
How Taira was involved in this incident. By the time, everyone might have noticed. Not the culprit, but the executioner. Is it appropriate to call him like this?
Huh?
What's an executioner? No way that fits Taira stabbing Tomori. I guess she didn't even do it. That's right. There's a criminal who killed her breath with a critical hit, but it was probably Taira who made Tomori moribund.
Moribund. So basically, is he implying that Taira stabbed Kizuna in the stomach, but the killer's the one who stabbed Kizuna in the throat?
What? That's a lie! Taira did... Kinjo, wait a minute.
Hey, don't you know what I'm talking about? Taira Akane, you're also a criminal who had committed attempted murder. You bloody bitch.
What? You bloody bitch! I've never seen it. I remember seeing this viral video on YouTube a couple months ago, these two Indians arguing in the middle of the street, and they're just mouthing each other off with all the insults they know. Very fuck you, bloody bastard bitch! That reminds
Apparently,
me.
the one in the car's not even Indian, he's just making fun of him
What, is
with
he?
his accent. Yeah, what I've heard.
While you fuck me, I fuck you, isn't it?
Huh?
Now, wait a second. What is this so suddenly? Hey, is Taira the executioner?
What's wrong, Kabashikawa? You said you couldn't admit that Taira wasn't the culprit?
No, rather than being able to admit it, but why did Taira...
Yeah. I don't know what it means that there was another criminal who inflicted a critical hit, even though she was an executioner in the first place. And I can't believe that Akane did this. If you dishonor Akane without a compelling reason, I cannot forgive you! That's right! Taira would never do something like that! It's starting again. Didn't people say that they can't know just by looking at them? Oh, you think Taira Akane is not the one to do that. After all, you just don't know enough about her. But gee, why didn't you tell me why would Taira stab Tomori to the verge of death?
How did that happen? You've already let that go, didn't you?
We let her go? You don't mean...
Yes, the evidence that Akane Taira personally injured Tomori Kizuna is exactly what you suspect. A dying message pointing to the maid, Taira Akane's suspicious lie. But why wasn't she the culprit of the direct murder? That was also solved by you. Simple, isn't it? That woman didn't have the time to install the wire.
What? Everyone looks like you can't understand. Sorry, but besides this, there is evidence that Taira Akane committed a murder attempt.
Well, is there any other evidence?
No, Kinjo is right. There's evidence I can only think of.
Mida, even you?
Why? I'd love to think that, but as Kinjo says it's all true, I knew it too. If you look at the scene of the incident, there were traces of others who couldn't exist. That trace was probably left by Taira. According to the images in the memory, there's one definitive clue.
Spot selection. Images or photos in your memory will begin to appear. Look for the places that contain the answer to the current topic. The map appears aiming point in the place where you can find the answer. Take it and select it with the decision key. However, if you've chosen a place other than the one that gives you the correct answer in this case, you will lose speech power and start again. Good luck and have fun. Oh.
Remember what we discussed earlier about why the killer started the fire?
The fire was used to heat the glass window and break it remotely, and to make us think the killer was inside the switch here and then smash the glass to escape, right?
Yeah, and in fact, we almost got caught in that trap and confused our reasoning.
Now we were talking about why Taira was involved in the case.
Think carefully. If the killer's purpose was to make us think they broke the glass, why is there a blood spot at the entrance?
Bloodstain at the entrance?
Is that so? A bloodstain like walking out of the switch room. That's evidence from a third party that's different from the criminal's intentions.
Was that from a struggle? Maybe it's just Tomori's blood. If Tomori went out of the switch room while bleeding, the power room outside should have been filled with blood spots. Don't you think so?
Does that mean the blood spot was after coming out of the switch in because it was dark then?
There were 2 broken flashlights inside the switchium. If it were broken during a struggle, you wouldn't know that blood would splatter in the dark after you stabbed Tomori.
Well, then the blood traces come from Akane? Wait a minute. After the killer attacked Tomori, they could have set off the fire after walking out towards the entrance without knowing that the blood was on it, right? This way, there's no room for Tyra to intervene.
Inori, I'm sorry, but that's also impossible. The one who killed Tomori by killing her definitively probably didn't splash a drop of blood on their body. Yeah, because maybe the killer used that tool to prevent the blood from bleeding right before they stabbed Tomori. That tool was... this.
これだよ。
Actually, there was a piece of cloth covered in blood in the corner of the switchium.
Ugh, bloody!
This is... right. Anyone planning a murder must be concerned about the bleeding. Probably they used it on Tomori, without a drop of blood on your body.
The real culprit uses it and murders Tomori. There's no reason for a blood smear on the entrance.
What? And she really... Are you saying Akane stabbed Tomori?
I can't believe it. Why did Tyra do that? Tyra, no matter what you did in the end, there is a real criminal who directly killed Tomori other than you. You're not treated as a real criminal in this trial. If you admit to the crime, you won't be executed.
Is it... Did she really?
So tell me with your own mouth. Did you really do it? And why?
I'm sorry.
Sorry? Are you sorry? Then... it's really true.
You guys are right. I'm the one...
So she's admitting it.
I stabbed Kizuna-chan! What? I'm not particularly sympathetic, but I'm curious. Why did you do that? Kizuna-chan? No. Tomori Kizuna. Because she was a human being who had no choice but to die! What are you talking about? It was Tyra herself that most defended Tomori, didn't you? I'm sorry. It's just in case I was found out. I just made an excuse and got scared.
That must have been it. Actually, you seem to believe that you were the real culprit.
But I want you to believe in this. I never decided to kill and stab Kizuna-chan.
What does that mean? You didn't stab with murder intention, but after that remark you seem to despise Tomori.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. Let me give you an explanation. I'm not sure about Mikara and Uehara knowing this, but the day after the motives came out, we all went to persuade Kizuna-chan. Actually, Kizuna-chan was also in loneliness, and she tried to convince herself because she knew it deep down. I finally opened my heart to Kizuna-chan. We hugged, and I finally thought we became friends, truly. But that evening, Kizuna-chan had something to talk about, so she called me to the switchium. I took a flashlight and went there. Kizuna-chan, are you here?
Oh, do you want to voice Kizuna? Rainbow Dark?
Yep, go on. Right here, Tyra.
Kizuna-chan, I know you wanted to talk about something, but why in such a dark place?
Yeah. No one's coming here, right?
Oh no, I don't think so. So, what did you want to talk about?
Yeah. That's right. I'm too scared now.
What? Scared? Why?
You know the motives given by Monokuma. Remember? Our secrets are written in there. It seems like you all threw it away, but I got no clue what I stumbled upon in the trash. Someone's secret. Do you want to see? First, look at the contents.
What? What is this? Yuki Maeda may actually know the identity of the mastermind?
What? Huh?
Maeda? Is that true?
No! I'm just a normal student!
You're not lying, right? You're not actually playing with us while you knew about them. Did you?
Stop it! Now's not the time to reproach each other.
Yeah, the message is surprising, but it's urgent we hear Tyra's testimony. Tyra, resume at once!
Okay.
I can't trust Yukon as long as I see that. It's not just that. Knowing the mastermind, they might play with yous and try to kill us later.
No,
idea what that's supposed to mean.
Maeda wouldn't do that.
False. You don't know people by just looking at them. Mitsuhiro-kun did the same. Remember?
Then, what do you want to do? Even if you tell the others.
No, that's not the case.
Then,
We can kill him with our own hands.
Wait, why would you want to kill him? Just because he knows who the mastermind is, it doesn't mean he is the mastermind, or that he...
what?
The reason I called you is actually this. Aren't you close to Yukon? Wouldn't you be able to take him out?
You know what you're talking about?
Listen, I have a good idea. If you can only help me, otherwise, how can I kill Yukon without being noticed by someone? First of all, I brought the preparations. Fuse, the lighter, and finally, here's a knife. Once you pick up Yuki-kun and call him somewhere, I'll stab him with the knife.
I'm not talking about that. I asked if you were serious. If you kill, you'll die in a trial.
That's when the killer is stupidly caught. Did you forget that the only way to get caught out from here is to murder someone? So, first help me. If my murder is successful, I'll help you. What do you think? Let's get out. Together.
What are you talking about? If you commit murder, then you'll be the only one who could escape. Why would she agree to that?
Are you crazy? Why do I want to murder?
What? Don't you want to get out of here?
I want to go out, but doing that at the expense of another's life?
That's it then. I'm the only one who wants to go outside more than anyone here. I'm not a human being who will rot in this place. Why should I? A bright future awaits me once I get out of this place. Actually, I got everything ready after those 2 days from the previous class trial.
So she was planning this for the past 2 days?
I also brought these tools earlier today. I'm gonna kill this traitor. Wouldn't he be less guilty to kill a bad guy, right? You better think. And join me here.
What are you saying? Being prepared for a murder since the second day? And you didn't open up to us.
Huh? Oh my god! This stupid bitch. Of course I was acting! Do you think I'm gonna go and fall for that crappy event?
I can't!
Alright. So, you just do what I tell you to do. Know that you are lucky that I chose you. Please bring Yuki-kun here by tomorrow morning.
No! I hate it! Why should I help murder? And I can't believe that Maida-kun is such an evil person. That's obviously Monokuma's lie! Anyway, I'm not going to help you. And Kizuna-chan, please wake up and don't do this. If you're with us, I'm sure we can find a way.
Oh. Okay. You...
What?
Well, I didn't expect you to cooperate from the start with the murder. Because he didn't, I have to change the target as planned.
What are you... Hey! Kizuna-chan!
Dodged it!
Why are you doing this? Kizuna-chan?
Why are you asking? I'm trying to kill you!
She's announcing her intentions right as she does it.
Kizuna-chan!
You already knew I was gonna kill, remember? I can't keep you alive! It's a pity that you can't kill Yuki Maida, but it doesn't matter if you can't get out here.
Yeah! Someone save me! Is that true? Tomori tried to kill Akane first?
Even so, before the motives came out, she just made up her mind to kill someone, and all the appearances she showed us were an act?
Yeah, Tomori Kizuna was that kind of person.
So, you felt in danger for your own life and attacked Tomori in self-defense.
Oh no, that's not right. Listen, I didn't really intend to stab Tomori in self-defense or anything of the sort. Then why did you?
Tomori ran to kill you. What happened after that?
I noticed that Kizuna-chan was serious and I was too scared. I tried to run for it. Then I was pushed down by Kizuna and fell over. And I tried to resist somehow, and the flashlights we were holding broke each other.
That was when the two broken flashlights were broken in the switchium.
I couldn't see anything because of the flashlight that was broken. And I was right next to Kizuna-chan with a knife. I was really scared and tried to resist with my whole body. Honestly, I think it was pure luck that I didn't get hit by the knife. By the way, suddenly Kizuna-chan at one point became really quiet. And that's when I took my chance to get out of the switchium. You got out? Okay, you stabbed Tomori Kizuna while resisting without knowing it. When I looked at my hands in a bright place, I see a lot of blood. There's a lot of red on my clothes. I got in a panic. I didn't look behind me, got out of the power room and ran to the bathroom to wipe the blood.
So, that's what happened.
How is it possible to accidentally stab someone in the dark without knowing it? Is it possible that there was a third person in the room at the time? Well, actually, no. If there was, they'd have seen it because of the flashlights.
I was wiping it with water until the smell of blood was washed away, but then the announcement came out. I thought Kizuna-chan was the one whom my stab was found, so my vision became white. After that, when I went to the power room, there was a fire for some reason, and the switching was all messed up.
Other than yourself, there was someone else who touched the scene of the crime. Did you think it was you who killed her?
That's not it! What happened was...
That's how the events are connected.
This is all I know about the case. I never meant to stab Kizuna-chan with evil intentions.
Whatever the reason, good or bad, once you look at the results, they are Taira Akane stabbed Tomori Kizuna. This is a fact. You cannot change its meaning for whatever reason you might say.
But you said I wasn't the culprit!
Yes, you just stabbed her, like I said. There's another killer who caused the fire and the final blow. If the trial settles safely, it'll be the real criminal, and not you, who's going to be executed. So, your sins will be laid aside
Sins?
after the trial is over.
You're not even allowed to kill in self-defense now?
Don't think you'll just get over it.
Now wait a second! It still was an accident, wasn't it? Besides, if Tomori hadn't been stabbed, then Taira would have died.
That's right. Don't be too forceful with them. Taira herself is more distressed than anyone else. I'm sorry.
Hey, second to the fact that it was a crime or first assault, the trial isn't over yet, right? Now that we know the case, we need to find out the true culprit. So let's not get excited just yet, children.
Fine. Let's talk about this later. Because the trial is the most important thing now.
Akane, don't blame yourself too much. Because in the end, you survived. For the most part, I think it's the best outcome that Akane lived. Isn't it important to be alive? Ayame-chan. Thank you.
Now then, let's organize the case based on Taira's words! Tomori tried to plan a killing a few days ago, and she called Taira to the switch him to plan her crime with him and tried to kill Taira in the process. But her plan failed. She died! This is the whole story of the case!
Hey, you stay still! There's a bit of a mental ferocity in there.
Now then, let's do a little summary. First, the number of people involved in this case are 3. One is the victim, Kizuna Tomori. The next person is a criminal who's not been identified yet. And the last one is the third party, Taira Akane. Tomori, who wanted to leave here as soon as possible, planned the murder, before even the motives came out. Her rebellion was just an excuse for Tomori, and for the first time, she attempted to make Taira join forces in her crime.
If Tomori worked with someone, it would have been easy for her to escape. But Taira refused. As expected, she tried to get rid of Taira, the one who heard her plan and left no traces behind.
However, the attack missed, and in return there was an accident where the knife ended up stabbing Tomori while tangled up in the dark. Taira was surprised that she stabbed her, and then she ran to the bathroom. But when she heard the announcement that the body was found,
She went back to the power room, and there were things like the fire that she hadn't even done, so Akane was confused at that time.
So then, in the end, the killer made use of Tyra's talent and put the blame on her in order to make us vote for her?
Yeah, there were 3 people involved, so the case was so complicated enough as it is. By the way, no matter what happened this far, this would mean that she's not the culprit of this case, right? But then, who is the real culprit?
The true culprit. The true culprit's identity.
Ah! Hiranami, what is it? Did you figure out something?
Nope. It's just amazing that Kurakawa is very active in participating in the conversation.
Are you serious?
I have to say, there are already hints about the real culprit.
What? Who is it?
Really? Who is it?
Huh?
In general, there is no one who does not have a noticeable alibi other than Taira. In other words, it is possible for anyone to commit the crime. However, there's only one of us who has led all the situations to their advantage. Yes, and very precisely, I may add.
The culprit. The one who murdered the victim was the culprit.
Is there someone like that? Who on earth?
Surely it's not Tyra.
There's someone who has taken advantage of the circumstances of the case with too ridiculous timing that it could be simply a coincidence at first glance. Think about it. The fire was not caused by Tyra. Then obviously, the real culprit set the fire. But don't you think there's something amiss? When you leave a fire, the corpse would need to be burned, and you wouldn't know when it could be found.
But Hatano actually found it.
Yes, Hatano found it. Well, if that's the case. The wire matters too. Even if you install a wire trap as bait for the burnt flashlight in the corner, there's a possibility that no one will find it, and it could end up just there, right?
But it didn't because... Huh?
Isn't something a little weird? What does the sighting between the fire and the wire have in common?
Oh my god. Ugh.
If you think about it, you will see the answer.
The person who led all situations to their own advantage. The person who led the case so they could solve it of their own accord. The one person in doubt. They're strong enough to instigate most of the incident. The first time they noticed the fire in the wire trap. No, why? I had to stop thinking about that. The main thing is that they did this job. If you don't find out the truth, then we'll all die. Oh, I was really hoping to avoid this outcome. I liked her as well. As Kinjo says, there was only one person. Only someone who could move the situation to their advantage. That person is Hatano. You!
What?
Huh? Now, what are you?
Maida? Did you get tired? The culprit was the one who hurt Hatano's leg. But what if Hatano's the culprit? She was aiming her own leg? Nonsense! It would be more reliable to say I'm the one who's crazy!
That is quite true. Please don't mess with us, Kamaida-kun. No matter what, Ayame-chan being the culprit is... That's right. Kinjo doesn't stay still and say something. Maida seems to be losing it now.
No, that incompetent made a very precise reasoning, don't you agree? The culprit is Ayame Hatano. She must be. I'm not exactly denying it, but I don't have a clear picture. Can you at least clarify why you believe so?
It's because of a few reasons Hatano is suspect. The true culprit of this case is not strange to any of us. The reason is because Taira pulled the ceremony of this incident, and the killer was only a light maneuver in the scene. All of our alibis were also in the dark, and there were contradictions no matter who you put up as a killer. However, that's why Hatano's actions were. Hatano's behavior was even more unnatural.
What are you talking about?
The killer made an alibi trick by building a fire and finishing it off Tomori herself, in which Taira couldn't. Until here. Everyone understands, right? Then here. Who was the first to discover the fire? What do you think? That was... Hatano.
But there's no way to call someone a culprit with just that!
You shut up, second-hand killer. It's not just that. And even though the corpse was found, the killer installed a wire trap as if to be aiming at someone. And who was the person who discovered this first?
That was also Hatano too.
Let's think. At best she made an alibi trick if someone else finds it first. There'll be too many dangerous variables. But if you start a fire, you can create the best situation you want.
Are you referring to the situation where the criminal herself is putting out the fire with other people?
That's right. Because the original purpose of the killer's fire was to break the glass and heat it to make someone think that a person escaped. If the killer was with other people in that situation, they would have their own alibi. Well, it's a crappy trick, so I didn't even doubt it from the very beginning.
In addition, Hatano would have enough time to install a wire. Listening to Taira's story, Tomori brought all the tools. So you can use them in the arms of the dead Tomori.
Then, no, but Ayame-chan? Well, there must be something wrong with that. I mean, it could be a coincidence. Hatano was the culprit? Just like that?
Why is the person who was picked up being silent but the others are noisy?
Hey, why are you being so quiet? Are you exercising your right to remain silent, or do you think this is a joke? It's just that it's so absurd that you've left me speechless. I'm still standing here and I'm being treated as a criminal. I mean, this isn't funny, Ayame-chan! You can't be the culprit!
Oh? Anything to object to then?
Of course, you don't seem to realize it yet. I'll tell you why I can't be the killer.
Oh, is this the final non-stop debate?
Why can't you be the culprit?
Okay, it looks like you guys are missing one thing in particular. Tomori's time of death, do you remember it?
Time of death.
Was it not specified in the Monokuma file?
Ah, correct! 9:30 p.m. it said around that time, right?
Huh? Isn't that weird?
Yeah, around 9:30 p.m. I was putting the fire out with Kinjo and the others.
Accurately, that's true.
So what happened? Tomori might have told someone to meet at 9:30 p.m. and she was stabbed in surprise. At that time, she was still dead. I didn't see anyone. I can't be the culprit. Tomori's death was definitely 9:30 p.m., then Hatano has an alibi. There's something unnatural about it.
Let's go, you.
Good thing that was the right answer.
She didn't die instantly, remember? So that's why it's right, I think.
Hatano, is that really so?
What?
Is this your opinion, Hatano?
Is that your final answer?
Because the time of death is 9:30. The culprit killed Tomori by stabbing Tomori at 9:30 p.m.?
Of course. Tomori's death is a stab neck as a reminder. It must have been an instant death at the moment.
But that's not the case.
Huh?
Even if you argue that Hatano's words are true at first glance after putting some consideration in the circumstances, at that time the killer was not already inside the switchium.
Maeda is right. You have no choice but to. This is a problem you solved earlier, right? From the time her fire started to ignite, Tomori must have been stabbed by her knife.
Yeah, otherwise the alibi trick of breaking a window remotely would be meaningless. But then what happened to Tomori's time of death? No matter how much you think about Tomori's death at 9:30 p.m., it makes no sense. Everyone listen carefully. From here on out, the reasoning behind this is a little mixed, meaning perhaps Tomori, before Hatano discovered the fire, may have been already around 9 o'clock with a knife on her neck. What?
Super grotesque! That's far-fetched, Maeda. Are you really thinking about it? Are you able to prove that a human being can live for 30 minutes with their throat pierced?
I don't really believe it either. But I'm not saying this for no reason. There's evidence that Tomori survived that long. The first thing I came to think of, this was because of Inori. Thanks a lot.
Me?
That was when Inori was investigating, wasn't it? Remember what you said to me after examining Tomori's body?
What should I say? It's a terrible amount of bleeding. Humans die of excessive bleeding when about a third of the blood volume flows out, but this is not about 1/3, as you can see. It's amazing that even this amount of blood came out. The wound on the neck is definitely fatal, but it should have coagulated to some extent. And the amount of bleeding should have gradually decreased after the heart stops beating.
That means, are you saying something else produced the mass bleeding?
No, I cannot confirm this with my own opinion. It is rare, but if your blood pressure is strong, then the amount of bleeding increases. That much I know for sure. To put it simply, there are individual differences. While having a lot of bleeding in here means it took quite a while before death. Thanks to this, Tomori must have died in very terrible pain.
Think about it. Around 9:30, Tomori had just had a stab by a knife on her neck. If she died when we found it, the blood would not have been spread out. Of course, when we discovered it, there was still a little bleeding, but most of this started to harden, and it's unnatural to say that such a deep liquid had been flowing after 9:30.
That makes sense, but Maeda, did you forget? Tomori's wound is not just the neck. Could it have flowed out of a stomach wound?
Of course, it is possible, but there's another piece of evidence that proves she's been alive for a long time after getting stabbed in the neck.
Tomori died of a blow here. Oh, yes.
Get it out.
The reason is because of the dying message.
Dying message? Didn't that story end earlier? pointing to the maid word.
Yes, but when I came back to it, I could see something I didn't see before. There was a big X after the word maid. That meaning is correct, as we guessed before, not the maid. Come to think of it, was it written by Tomori? I guess Tyra wrote it as a self-act. It was the reason we found in the dying message.
I mentioned this before, but after seeing the blood, I just went to the bathroom right away. I couldn't afford to think about that.
Yeah, it's not Tyra. It's likely the former. Tomori wrote the word maid in her own blood to let us know. If that's the case, why is there an X next to it?
It wasn't the criminal's own doing, but the reason the victim herself adds an X and writes not the maid.
Ah, I see. She tried to correct the dying message as she wrote maid because there was another person who stabbed her.
While she was writing that, well then why didn't she do a strike through of everything that she wrote?
Yes. If Tomori died immediately as soon as her throat was cut, there wouldn't be a correction of the dying message, as she would have been left out of strength to muster.
But even after being stabbed in the neck, her will still was living as much as being able to correct the message with all of her strength, while holding a knife on her throat.
Ugh. How Tomori had a cut throat and was alive, that much I don't know. But the things I said now prove that Tomori was still alive, under these conditions. Therefore, even if Tomori's time of death was 9:30 p.m., there's no evidence that you can say that you are incapable of committing this crime.
It can't be. This is a lie. Ayame-chan? Really? This is such a ridiculous story about being alive with a stabbed neck. Ayame-chan, please say something!
It's hard to believe, but humans are creatures that sometimes achieve phenomena beyond. It happens sometimes even in terror scenes. Nothing strange at all. What? Then... Hatano, are you really the culprit?
I don't know why Hatano did this. If my reasoning was wrong, it would be really weird, but there are many situations. The more I think Hatano is the culprit, the more it fits. Hatano, let me hear it from your own voice. The truth.
Oh.
Wait! I can't tolerate that Hatano is the culprit! It's unacceptable!
Nori, I know it's hard to believe. I can't believe it either, so if you look at Hatano's actions, you can only say that it's so suspicious that everything goes in her favor.
She's not suspicious. There's a reason it wasn't suspicious. I'll let you know why Hatano is not the culprit. Do you have any idea Hatano's leg was hacked by the killer?
Hatano is the culprit. You say she aimed for her own leg? Progress.
Do you really think so? Even if you target an unknown person, it's meaningless if it's not found. No matter how you use a flashlight as bait. Finding one in that short a time, it's weird too.
That was just by chance. No person would ever care about their body. The killer wants to get out of here. There's no point hurting your own body. Hatano's not the culprit.
Okay. Oh. Oh goodness. Just skip through this again. Oh.
これだよ。それではいけません。
Oh. That do it? Guess not. Do this all over again. Oh. Oh, yeah, you press shift. Okay, I forgot. Oh, do I have to start from the beginning again? Ugh. I'm bad at this, man. Right.
Is the way that one works, it's definitely in the second section, or is it ambiguous?
Yeah, I believe it's in the second section because...
Uh-huh. Because there's only one there, and I wasn't sure if anything fit. I mean, what it seems to be hinting at is that the injury was done deliberately, right? Rather than unfortunately. That's my idea. I'm not sure if it's right though.
Ugh. Oh! Okay, that did it.
There we go.
Inori, I'm sorry, but there's another piece of evidence that Hatano is the culprit. Inori's argument is clear. The culprit wouldn't hurt themselves, right?
Of course, isn't it? If you're the killer, you're not supposed to
What if it was calculated to induce that thought?
Huh? What are you talking about, Maida? Surely you don't mean...
If you're a criminal, you can never hurt yourself. What if you're doing a self-play to deliberately draw out that thought? Otherwise, there's no gain for a killer to install the wire. They ended up murdering and finished the process, but after that, when they install the wire and aimed at someone, it only adds suspicion. There's no benefit from it for the killer.
Something? Maybe there was a reason to be put there? Isn't there? That's right! I'm sure there is! That's why Ayame-chan is not the culprit and...
That's not the only thing! Even if the kill had some reason, they installed wires to target someone. Even so, how exactly do you intend to cut the leg tendon? Or stride length? Our stride length and calf size are all different.
That's... Hey, cutting the tendon may not have been the purpose. Ayame-chan suffered a fatal injury because of bad luck.
If that's the case, I wouldn't install a wire. You don't need to use wires while holding at risk your own future.
I was aiming at Ayame-chan from the start, so I installed the wire exactly in the position of...
Wait, you're the one who set it up? How do you know that? It is difficult to know the position of the tendon without prior knowledge, but you install it while calculating the trap to trip over? The only one of us who had that knowledge is a surgeon, Inori. Her own legs at the time who knows more about muscles of athletes than Hatano herself.
She can't be.
Inori, Hatano was never caught in a trap because of bad luck. If she was caught in a trap she installed, she was able to produce such a perfect tendon cutting accident. Phew, that was pretty good.
It's really her!
Why did Hatano?
Well, I'm the one who saw Hatano's wound. I can't believe that she made a wound so full of evil intention. Ayame-chan can't be the culprit. I'd rather be the culprit, even if I'm executed, only for Ayame-chan.
I can't believe it either. I wish it was all lies. I wish it was all dreams. I wish my reasoning had been turned into a mess and I'd be woken up from this nightmare. Is this how everything ends up?
You can see it like that. Overall, I have the same opinion as Maeda, but I want to hear at least the confession from her own mouth. Because I have to make sure.
Well, it's too late to argue at this point.
Ayame Hatano, can I take your vote of silence as your affirmation of your crime and end this already?
Wait! Not Ayame-chan! It can't be her! After all, it was me who stabbed Tomori! I'm the one who gets executed! I'd rather do that! Ayame-chan is innocent!
Akane doesn't have to be executed.
Ayame-chan?
And, of course, not me either.
Ayame-chan?
Going to try a last act, huh?
It's not that. I just want to survive with Akane and leave this place. That's it.
Your crime is already logical, and there's nothing wrong with it. Do you think force will work?
I'm not convinced. If I'm the culprit, you haven't proved it without a doubt yet. Isn't a trial supposed to be won after you convince the criminal to admit their defeat?
You fool.
What are you going to do? Does anyone know any evidence to satisfy this killer who talks like that? It doesn't matter if I tell you, but wouldn't it be less fun?
What a slacker! It's a trial! And you have to take it seriously, I tell you!
It's all over anyway. I have to play around while watching this futile struggle. But there's no mystery to solve anymore. What are you planning to do now?
Even if you say that, Ayame-chan's words assume what if. Ayame-chan is not saying they're the culprit. Nevertheless, it's hard.
Okay, then let's reorganize the case from the beginning. And we may notice if something was missed. Let's go ahead!
Go? Where are we going? Stay still, you crazy big guy!
One more. The definitive proof to convince Hatano I think there is something left. If Hatano is convinced by saying this, if she convinced, then how should I react? Hatano is the culprit, and I should just accept that? Even so, I have no choice but to do it as long as I've come to this point, and then show her the proof of her crime.
Terminating torch shooting. Oh crap, did I run out of... Terminating torch shooting. Okay. Oh, the stupid... My keyboard! My keyboard's not cooperating with me. Every time I accidentally press the caps lock instead of the shift. Okay. It would be great if I could use...
Oof.
Left thigh tendon
On the leaf though? God.
Yeah, that was hard. First, I want to ask Inori just to be sure.
It's to me?
Of course, where did Hatano say she was injured? Her thigh, more precisely, left side wide left leg laceration caused my hamstring injury, although...
Hey Maida, why do you keep asking all of a sudden while dealing with... Are you giving up after all?
Inori, that hamstring refers to a muscle that is important in keeping the leg straight, right? Where exactly is the location of the muscle?
Right, it's one of these places that connects the hip with the leg. To put it simply, it's a muscle that is widely distributed in the back of the leg, that's it. But what is this explanation for? Hey, don't talk about anything that doesn't matter, Maida. Since Ayame-chan is innocent, there's no more room for refutation anymore. No, this is important. Very important, in fact. Inori's words just had a decisive clue that Hatano is the culprit. Huh?
Everyone heard what Inori said, right? Hatano's injury is on the back muscle of the left thigh. Yeah, the back. But why did Hatano go forward to pick up a flashlight and the back of the thigh ended up hurt? What? Oh, it's true. I only cared that Hatano was hurt. I didn't think it was suspicious, but it's weird when you think about it. She stumbled forward, but she got hit in the back of her leg. That's... Oh look, his name hasn't been translated.
Even if I fall back, my nose break. But I guess this doesn't matter now.
Can't think of any other reason to fall. Hatano, from the very beginning on her own volition, she was caught deliberately in the trap to inflict a wound as fatal as possible.
Oh my god! Then, it means it was entirely self-inflicted? Really?
I don't know why you did that, but it may have been to pretend to be a victim and to be less suspicious. That's my guess.
Then, no, there's gotta be a mistake.
Hatano?
I wish I was lying. Why is the choice really out again than just lie?
Why don't we make a conclusion now? I've wasted enough time. I'm getting tired of various factors such as the vitality of a cockroach of Taira Akane and Tomori Kizuna. Well, I believe it's all over now.
No! Something is wrong. Ayame-chan wouldn't do this. I mean that Ayame-chan would never the type to kill.
The person who is driven as a criminal is still there.
Oh.
Why are you upset? You stay put.
Tyra, it's really hard to accept, but we have to accept the conclusions we've drawn, otherwise nothing will end and nothing will begin. Now then, finally do a final... Okay, finally! Oh my god. Oh, yeah. I know.
No, I don't think there is a gap there.
Oh. What's the cancel key? Oh.
The start of this case begins after the first trial ends and the second floor opens. It was a late night of the second day after she got out. At this point, there was someone who stopped by the antique shop for a purpose. She got some tools from the antique shop. The tools they brought this time were the fuse, lighter, flashlight. Surprisingly, this person's identity was Tomori, who was also the victim of the incident. Now we know, but Tomori has been planning to murder this time. Yeah, even before we shared our motives. All of the tools she picked up earlier were tools that Tomori had procured in advance for use in a murder. As a result, she died, and the real culprit of this case was the one who used the tools she had prepared. However, on the morning of the third day, Atori, who stopped by the antique shop every time, must have noticed that some items have already been missing. Sadly, he didn't tell us because he thought it was a simple mistake and would have created confusion. So without anyone knowing, Tomori's murder plan proceeded slowly, and then Monokuma gave us the motive. As everyone knows, this motive was a note with our secrets, but it was a joke that nobody cared about. But only Tomori was different. Tomori thought she could use this motivational note, so she decided to add a step to her original plan. That's right, me. It was an operation to use the secret note of Yuki Maeda to capture Taira and join forces. Tomori told Taira to come to the Switchium alone, and Taira headed to that place without any doubt. Taira may seem a little petty, but in fact she wasn't actually swayed. Tomori expected this to happen, and after the second day onwards, by acting weak, she wanted to weaken our boundaries. The appearance of being lonely, the appearance of hesitation, the appearance of accepting us with tears. It was only a fake scene to kill even a little more smoothly. That's the true nature of Tomori Kizuna. We were all fooled by Tomori. Taira at the time, she wasn't wary of Tomori at all, so she went to the Dark Switchium. There, Tomori showed Taira a secret note and revealed a plan to kill me. Taira said that Tomori picked up a secret note that someone discarded from the trash can. It was written like this: Yuki Maeda may actually know the identity of the mastermind. Of course, that is not true, because I don't know who the mastermind is. But in order to kill me with that pretext, she needed Taira's help. Tomori tried to get Taira out like that. But Taira didn't follow Tomori's words. No matter what, murder shouldn't be done by anyone. When things didn't work out as intended, Tomori gradually began to reveal her true nature. Once Taira refused, she couldn't let Taira leave, the one who had heard the murder plan. So instead, Tomori changed the target, the one who she expected to refuse her, who decided to be killed in front of her. Tomori ran into Taira without warning, but luckily Taira avoided the first strike. Taira panicked by Tomori's sudden attack. Taira tried to run away, but she was pushed by Tomori and fell. Then she tried to resist Tomori, swinging a knife right in front of her nose. In the process, the flashlights that Taira and Tomori had broken were by a struggle, and the Switchium, which lost its only light. They were struggling in the deep darkness. Several minutes continued during this fierce encounter, but at some point the struggle suddenly ended. I don't know why Tomori became quiet, but Taira, who was in danger of her life, decided to leave the Switchium because she wanted out of this situation. The first thing that Taira found out when she got out of the Dark Switchium in a bright spot was the intense color of blood. Taira only saw the blood on her body. Of course, it wasn't her own blood, and instinctively realized that she had stabbed Tomori in the middle of the struggle without even knowing herself. Taira, who was shocked in fear and horror in her head, went to the bathroom. She thought about washing the blood quickly from her. But looking at Taira like this, the culprit perhaps found out what she had done. It's not clear whether or not they saw Taira in person, but the killer must have found Tomori within that short time after Taira left the power room. If someone other than the culprit in this case discovered Tomori, they might have saved Tomori by calling Inori, but the culprit in this case didn't have that thought in mind at all.
Act 3.
In any case, the culprit who noticed the situation into the Switchium must have found Tomori in a dying state caused by Taira. Tomori tried to target Taira, but she was forced to act as she did not die immediately. The reason for this can be found in the dying message she wrote. Tomori, realizing she was going to die, wrote on the floor with her own blood to let us know the identity of the killer, who stabbed her, not maid. In other words, to refer to the ultimate maid student, Taira. The thought that passed by the killer's mind so far was not thinking of telling everyone to save Tomori. The thought of killing Tomori was that she couldn't breathe just so they would blame the wrong person. For them, the killer committed a terrible act that was hard to think of as a human being. In order to give a certain final blow, they first pulled out the knife stuck in Tomori's stomach. It was already cruel enough to do this, however. They aimed the knife again at Tomori, just to put it back on her neck. In the process, blood spurted like a fountain, but the killer was wearing a piece of cloth about the size that could cover them, preventing the blood from splattering them. In contrast to Taira, who stabbed Tomori in an accidental and unintentional way, you can see that it was an extremely premeditated crime. That's how Tomori lost their will to live. Tomori thought about killing, of course, and even tried to kill Taira. Still, did she have to die so badly? Either way, the culprit who succeeded in killing Tomori through a fatal wound now was starting a backup operation. First, the killer installed the fuse, drawing a line around the walls of the switchium. I don't know where Tomori originally intended to use it, but they used the tools Tomori had. In the end, since Tomori prepared the tools, the killer themselves couldn't be suspected of this act. In actuality, we had a pretty hard time figuring out who brought the tools because of this. The fuse was installed mainly on the glass window as to not burn equipment as much as possible, and then lit it with a lighter. The lighter was originally brought by Tomori, and the reason the glass was made to break automatically was because when the temperature inside the switchium becomes hot after a certain period of time, using the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. While the criminal themselves was with the others, if they heard the cracking sound, as long as they made them think someone inside the switchium broke the glass, the killer had the perfect alibi. This was the unusual structure of the switchium, and the glass window was clear. It was possible because of the characteristics of the room. But this trick wasn't that meticulous. No one noticed the fire when the fire was being made. It was a futile trick. So the killer put the plan into action than anyone else. After completing the installation of the fuse, the criminal reported the fact of the fire with a loud voice as if they were the fire discoverer. Some of the people who heard this sound came to the front of the switchium as the culprit intended. Those who heard the killer's voice at the time were Kinjo, Mikaru, and Uehara. Those three people At this point, three people who had not yet known that a murder had just occurred decided to extinguish the fire first without even dreaming that they were with the killer. No, even the killer came with a fire extinguisher from the hallway and started to extinguish the flames. But then, to us, the killer, to anyone, something unimaginable happened. Tomori, who must have had her throat pierced with a kitchen knife, was still alive. It's strange enough to say that it's a contradiction when you think about it in general, but Tomori, the victim, was holding on to the thread-like lifeline. And Tomori used all of her last strength. She corrected the dying message that wrote "Maid" with a large cross next to it. In other words, it was telling us this was not the maid. I would have liked the killer's name instead, but just an X with a throat stab. It was already an incredible feat to do. After correcting the dying message, Tomori's life was gone. bleeding because her heart was beating. Until then, the amount of blood increased more than that of an ordinary person, and thanks to that, we could prove Tomori was still alive. Of course, that would have been fatal for the killer, yes. Originally, only looking at the words maid put Tyra in doubt. She could have done it, but because the X was left remaining for no reason, the elaborate plan was doomed to fail. Tomori, even though she tried to kill and she couldn't be forgiven, she acted. At the end of the day, she was trying to tell us the correct answer with all of her strength. And the situation goes back to the power room. When the fire was put out and the setup was almost completely staged, suddenly hearing the sound of glass breaking inside the switchium. This was done in the best conditions intended by the killer. Thanks to this, everyone thought someone inside the switchium broke the glass. Everything was the way the killer wanted. The killer who was on the scene at that time, I would imagine they had a smile of satisfaction. The three of them, except Uehara, who went to watch the entrance to check the sound, went inside the switchium. In there, they saw Tomori's body. At that point, the body discovery announcement rang. The others who heard the body discovery announcement arrived one by one. Everyone gathered in the power room. Perhaps Tyra, who was in the position of the third party at this time, was most surprised because Tyra did not know the existence of the criminal. She thought she was the culprit. And yet a fire accident happened that Tyra herself did not know. So when we received the Monokuma file and started investigating, the killer started the last act. First, the killer puts the third flashlight they used on the floor. The flashlight was also in a state of charcoal because it was caught in the fire. The reason why it's that way is because they threw something that catches our eyes in the floor in order to create a certain situation. The killer installed a sharp wire on the way of the flashlight, and she talked as if she had found a flashlight and voluntarily walked to pick it up. Yes, even though she knows they have a sharp wire installed. Here the killer deliberately gets caught in a wire trap and cut their own leg. It was also precisely aimed at cutting the back tendon. I didn't even think at the time that the killer was going to cripple their own leg, although it was the culprit's intention to make us think so. One mistake of the killer, though, is that the rear tendon was cut despite walking forward. But I didn't even think about it because a person who saw an injured one at that time wouldn't think that. It must have been the culprit's idea, whose purpose was to get out of here. The culprit even gave up one leg of themselves and showed a look at being a victim in all this. Thanks to it, we almost got hooked into thinking, would you cut your own leg? While staring at us, the killer would have been laughing inside. In this case, there were three people, including the killer, Tomori, and Tyra. But also, most of the suspicions went to Tyra. So the identity of the killer was ambiguous. However, as a result of matching Tyra's honest statements with various situations, we were able to uncover the identity of the killer. The criminal who tried to hide their identity by throwing away their leg. The perpetrator who committed such a terrible thing to Tomori. The identity of the culprit who was smiling with a smile of deceit, watching our actions behind the scenes. It's no one else other than you, Hatano Ayame. Ayame Hatano. Oh man. Okay, I need to end this stream quick. How about it, Hatano? If you have anything else to object to, please do.
No, wait a minute, something is wrong. It's not like this. Really? What's not it? It's all decided. Shouldn't we see the end now?
I don't know if I copy of leave it, everything's correct. There's evidence I can't convince myself. Damn it, Hatano. Damn it.
It's all over then.
No! I hope Chan, please tell me wrong. No!
piece.
Oh my god.
That was a long one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours.
Wow.
The only question now is, do I follow through all the way to the execution? But
Let's save the execution for next time, I reckon, while we're more fresh.
okay, I agree. Alright. Okay,
Oh, that's harsh.
I want to save the game.
Oh, what? Are you done? Oh, what the hell? You guys took so long in that I was asleep in the middle of it. Nope, I never slept. Mr. Monokuma, did you sleep? Ho ho ho, no doubt. Okay, well, anyways, you guys seem to have come to your own conclusion, so it's okay to go into voting time soon.
Yeah. Just take us to the save game start. That's amazing. You're I don't think that there's gonna come up the option to end this.
It's not like the original games then.
That's amazing. You're correct. Tomori Kizuna was terribly killed like that by the ruthless Blacken, which it was Ayame Hatano. That's the answer.
The answer? Did we do it? Did we get the culprit? Why is it the correct answer? I'm not happy to guess this. Damn it.
Oh, by the way, the vote wasn't unanimous. Miss Tyra, no matter how much you wanted voting on yourself, you don't want a suicide, okay? Who would believe what you're saying? I can't admit. I won't admit. It's a big deal, so be careful next time. Anyway, whatever you say, there's only one truth, but I said it right. I don't lie when it comes to class trials.
Is this real? Is Hatano really the killer? Of course it is. I guarantee this. You said the answer in the end, right? Denying this is nothing more than reality.
It's a lie, right? Ayame-chan? Miss Tyra played the role of accomplice, so this case was extremely extreme, but it was also because the incident happened late at night.
Why? I asked why. Why did such a girl like you kill her?
You watch your mouth, Kabashikawa-kun! This can't be true! How is Ayame-chan a killer?
We want to believe that, but
Stop it, Akane.
Any more than this, and it's only gonna make it worse. I can't hide it anymore. What are you talking about, Ayame-chan? You can't hide it? If you say it like that, it makes you look like the culprit, you know?
I'm sorry.
Why are you apologizing? Why?
Tomori was killed by me. Yeah, well, you don't have to make another announcement because Monokuma already confirmed it.
Why did she have to kill, going so far as to breaking her own leg?
That's right. If the answer we came up with is correct, doesn't that mean we all said all our reasoning was correct?
We're asking to end the trial early so we could heal your leg as soon as possible. If you're the killer, it doesn't make sense.
I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I can't believe this.
Yeah. In the end, you were also a murderer. Oh shit.
Yeah, I just kind of want to skip through these lines as quick as possible now.
Fair enough.
Why did you do it? These Ezras, why did you do that?
That's obvious.
It's because I want to get out of here.
Huh?
Isn't it obvious? Other than that, there's no other reason to commit a murder. To get out of here and seek my freedom. I wanted to return to my usual daily living. That's why everyone has no choice but to sympathize. It was just the choice of murderers means. OMG! finally got my plan. I thought it was perfect because I could use Taira Akane.
No! Hatano!
What? In the end, you were just the same person as Higa? Oh, her name hasn't been translated. She's so shocked her name's turned into Korean. No, I must know. You will face the committee this murder.
Oh, you caught me. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha.
Ha 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 ha! Wait, what? It's going totally off script here. This is Hatano's true nature? She just wanted to get out of here, and for that reason she killed Tomori? That's all? This thing doesn't feel right. As Kinjo said, I shouldn't judge by appearance. This might be what Hatano really looks like. What is this deep pain in my... I can't see you with my eyes open anymore. Let's just end it.
End it? You mean the execution?
You were that kind of person, Hatano? What the hell did we do this? Damn it! Oh, who do we do trust for?
No, wait a second! Can we finish things like this? Can we really send Hatano off like this?
Maida, look at her. You may be right, but whatever you say to her won't work.
Execution. Unfortunate for me. It was a waste. Hatano, is that really you? Are you saying you were pretending to be a human being? Ah, yes, this is the real me. I thought you guys were stupid but couldn't figure it out. My tricks. But I guess you weren't so bad after all. Ha ha ha. Hey, please stop, Hatano. Don't go crazy. Hatano, you really don't have regrets? Are you satisfied with your actions? Of course, it's my execution. Come on, if you say regret, I can get out of here. That's all I regret. Lies.
Ah, finally.
What? You wanted to get out of here. It's a lie.
What?
You think you know me, don't you? It's not a lie. I did murder because I wanted to get out of here, that's all. If you wanted to leave this place, you wouldn't have cut your own leg.
What do you mean?
Hatano did murder. That's correct, but there must have been another reason. You like acting as the villain, but your body is trembling, Hatano. Curses!
Then the Hatano we saw, she was just acting? She acted crazy on purpose, so why'd she really kill?
Kurakawa, I can't... Hatano!
I'm saying that I felt the fame disappearing from my mind and the sense of incongruity just before was gone.
My hands are already dirty and it may sound like an excuse, but let me tell you. This is how I committed my murder. I was running down the second floor corridor at the time of the incident. As you guessed, at that time I saw Akane running somewhere. She was going off in such a hurry. I tried to talk, but I realized that Akane's body was covered in blood. I went into the power room where Akane had come out with no doubt. I found that something had happened in the switchium. I took a flashlight in a hurry to check the condition inside, and Tomori was dying. And there was a knife stuck in her stomach, as you all said.
Why did you kill her there? You could have thought of a way to call the others and let Tomori live.
Because that was not the case. It was not the case? According to the facts I'd seen, when I discovered her, Tomori was almost dead. I knew she wasn't dead because she was breathing hard, but that was it. She was already in the brink of death. That was until she got killed by you. I was worried, anxious, and scared. If Tomori dies, Akane becomes the killer. It was a scary thought. I wanted to throw that thought away. What? At that time, I really wanted to think about it. That kind and good-natured Akane. Why would she stab Tomori? I learned that it was an accident before the trial, but at the time she had no idea. In my head, I just went like this because I only thought about Akane becoming the blackened of this case. I couldn't leave her alone. I couldn't leave my friend alone while knowing everything, throwing everything away for the sake of survival. Wait a minute, then the reason Hatano committed murder was... Ayame-chan! Because of me? To release me from becoming the blackened? I just couldn't stay put and watch Akane being executed for pretending I didn't see it. I also wanted to call Inori to heal Tomori. But if Tomori's breathing goes out while I go to Inori, then Akane would have been executed without fail due to my mistaken judgment. I couldn't allow that to happen.
You...
And from the very beginning, you were thinking of dying instead of Tyra?
And then including the cut in her tendon. Well, that was to protect her. This is the truth. I just couldn't say I didn't know about my friend's crime. A sad tragedy born from friendship. For a while, no one could speak. Inside the courtroom, only Tyra's wailing was the only ringing in our ears.
Was that really the only reason? Yeah. It is a commendable act to lay down one's life for others. It is not possible without some courage. In that aspect, you deserve to be recognized. But if those were the only intentions to do that, it would not have been necessary to go to a trial like this, right? Even if you reveal the facts to everyone and accept your execution, your intentions do not change. But at the time of your trial, your appearance became as if you looked desperate.
Hey! Mikaru, if you say anything more to Hatano, I won't let it stand. Even if you're a woman.
I'm not scared of you, idiot. And shut up. I'm talking with Ayame Hatano right now. No, it's okay. Calm down, Kobashikawa. Sure, Mikaru. There was something else.
What else is there?
I didn't tell you this as it would sound like an excuse, as I said the first time. As Mikaru pointed out, doing this for Akane may just have been a pretext. I'll tell you everything. I can't be said there was no darkness in my heart. Somewhere in my mind I was like, it's okay because it's for Akane, but there was also the desire to get out from this place. It must have existed in my mind at some point. It did? Oh, but even with your leg like this. This was the meaning of an apology to you guys if I succeeded in escaping. And even if my leg is paralyzed, everything is already too late. Motive. The first motive that we got when Maki was murdered. The outside world. I saw there was a terrible world that couldn't even run properly. Huh? How is that possible? So in the end, the initial motive was the driving force too. Other than me, my coworkers and rivals, they can't even walk anymore. But if that's the case, what's the use of getting out of here with my legs fine?
How did that happen?
Hatano, what happened? I thought that video was just a manipulation. And I thought Hatano would be the first to run nonstop and never be fooled. I know, but I wanted to check if it was real. Until I saw it with my own eyes, I was nervous. And every day it drived me like crazy. This wasn't recent. From the time Maki, I'd been running around in my head. I had nightmares every night, and I was always confused when I was with her. All that can be said of me is the fact that something has gone blank. I wanted to see it with my own eyes.
Aww. That's sad. I chose to protect my friend rather than my dream. Now I'll say goodbye to this world.
It happens even if you don't say that?
Monokuma. let's just skip to the execution already. It is actually nearly getting closer to midnight now in my time zone.
I've prepared a very special punishment for Ayame Hatano, the ultimate sprinter, who is the blackened of this case!
Everyone?
Remember to get along. No, wait a minute! Ayame-chan, please wait! Oh, there are still many things I haven't told you, Ayame-chan! Let's go all out! Ayame-chan, please! Because of me, because of a fool like me, I stabbed someone by accident and I didn't do any cleanup! I also just bothered you. I made the scene. Don't go! I'm going to die and all I need to do is die. Monokuma, wait! Wait! It's punishment time!
Akane, I want you to be alive. Live.
Wait! Wait!
Look, it says that the media couldn't be played, but we're watching it right now on the stream. Okay. What kind of punishment are we gonna see for this? I bet it's gonna be a breaking one. Alright, so there's the racetrack. What is that? It's some kind of Monokuma track vehicle. And she's tied to a chair. Music's original. Oh, hurdles. What fun. Oh boy. Oh, she's in that thing. Ultimate Sprinter, dismantled sports day. She's got an injured leg. Oh, it was tripwire, wasn't it? Oh my god. Oh, she was sliced in half. God, that was brutal.
Yahoo! This thrilling feeling of endorphins rising! It's fantastic profit!
Ayame-chan, Ayame-chan.
No!
It's too much flesh, blood. Hatano.
Okay, that's that over with. Now we get some sort of aftermath where everyone shouts at each other, and Tsurugi Kinjo's all like, no, evil, blackened, evil killer, something, something, killing is bad, da da da. Everyone's just gonna sort of take out.
Ayame-chan. Tyra, calm down. Everyone is sad. It's all because of me. Kizuna-chan died because of me. Ayame-chan also died because of me. That's right, isn't it? All because of me. It's all because of me.
What? I liked you. Hey, what did you say, Kinjo? Say it again. Better to get up behind a bitch blackened like you.
Blackened?
Kinjo. I hate this the most. In my true sense, a blackened is subtly convicted of innocence to avoid the law. Blackened, you mean Tyra? Is there anyone else who fits?
Stop! This is bullshit! How many times has it been revealed that the stabbing Tyra did to Tomori was an accident?
Is that really what you say? Is someone you lost a friend after their death? An accident? Of course it was. Kizuna Tomori started it all. However, who made the final blows, no matter the pretext, must be punished. The two were punished and killed, right? Tyra Akane was the heart of the case. More than them is alive and clean from this. Have you forgotten? False statement. What would have happened if we were caught in that lie? Isn't it terrible to imagine? Directly or indirectly, Tyra Akane almost put us all at risk.
She couldn't help it, could she? Tyra knew she was guilty, and she knew she would be executed if she told the truth.
Then she shouldn't have done that in the first place. No matter how much of an accident it was, it made things make sense to let go, and to wash the blood to destroy evidence as you stabbed to girl who is willing to say that they're innocent. Is it normal to at least support Tomori? Give up? Oh, no, you idiot. Tomori would have just kept on trying to kill you. They do have... No, they don't, you idiots. Stop talking, Kinjo, you bastard. I'm not gonna tolerate this anymore.
Oi, calm down, Cubba Boxer. Get your fist down, manly boy.
You guys need to look at things objectively. What she did is wrong in every sense. There's still a lot to talk about. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. No one. Oh no, she's lost it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
She's gonna experience what's traditionally known as character development. Tyra's all good now.
Let's all rest for today. I don't feel good after the class trial.
It's already late, near dawn. Go sleep. Ugh, you're still gonna listen to Kinjo even... Tell him to fuck off. Okay, I think at long last we might finally be able to wrap up the stream. Come on, come on. Bring up the UI that asks me if I want to save the game. Come on, how long is this gonna take? Oh, what? A cutscene?
Hey, hello! I don't know if you're comfortable. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Oh, it would be weird if you were tied up in public like this, but if you're comfortable, no way. If this is comfortable, you're a true mess up. But you're not, right? Oh well, I came to bring the meal again today. Your appearance is still there, so take good care of your health until then. By the way, who could have thought you would be led like this? I'm really sorry for being like this and having to lock you up. In fact, it would have been nice if I let everyone stay with you too. Your body is one that cannot age, isn't it? Still haughty, huh? I like it. It will be all right when your turn comes. By that time, how many people will survive? Huh? What? I get you. It's because that woman you love is still alive. There's nothing to worry about. I'll go there then, because if I'm not watching, I don't know what those guys will try to pull, so see you next time!
By the way, I want to apologize. If you've noticed I've been swaying my back around and adjusting from side to side like that, it's because I've had this lower back injury that I sustained a couple of days ago. And I keep trying to put myself in a more comfortable position. Okay, and that's the end of that. Please, now, yes! Oh god, fucking finally. Okay, alright, nothing more to see here. Time to end the stream. There you go. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. This has been Bat Streams. We'll play this tomorrow. Next time, we're going to split the class trial into 2 halves. Because this was 4 hours. Probably even longer than that. Anyway, my ears are exhausted. I am hungry and tired. I need to go to bed and eat something first. In that reverse order. Okay, see you.